Chapter 1845. Who dares to cause trouble outside the city governor's mansion? Hearing the commotion outside, a powerhouse suddenly arrived. Yi Chen and the other two looked at the door at the same time and saw a young man walking out. He was wearing brocade clothes and holding a long sword. Who's causing trouble? He walked up to the censor and asked, "Why, young city governor, this person is causing trouble." He pointed in Yi Chen's direction. The man walked up and pointed his sword at Yi Chen. "Do you know where this is? How dare you hurt the censor of my city governor's mansion and kill the guards of my city governor's mansion? You're courting death. Why aren't you bowing before the young city governor?" The censor stood up with difficulty and shouted at Yi Chen and the rest. "Ha! I was born between heaven and earth, so I'm my own master. Bowing? Ridiculous!" Yi Chen sneered and responded forcefully. "Damn it!" The young city governor attacked angrily. Sword Qi soared into the sky, and spiritual light flashed. Its power was shocking. Yi Chen knew that his opponent was extraordinary, so he went forward to fight. He condensed his sword fingers and kept waving the sword Qi in the air. Subsequently, the sword Qi was released. Wherever it passed, the space would shatter. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sword Qi from both sides trembled in the sky. Energy exploded, shocking everyone. What a powerful sword Qi. This person is extraordinary. This kid can actually fight with the young city governor. He's quite capable. No wonder he's so arrogant, but what can he do? He's going to die in the hands of the young city governor. Everyone was discussing. Some thought that Yi Chen was extraordinary, some thought that he would definitely die, and some were just watching. The Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang watched the battle calmly. They did not have much expression. Everyone was afraid that they would be implicated, so they stayed away from the two of them. At that moment, Yi Chen's sword fingers swept across, and sword Qi filled the sky. The young city governor held the long sword in his hand. It was extremely cold and everything was sealed. "Seal the sword Qi." The sealed sword Qi brushed past him a few times. Yi Chen immediately figured out the attribute of his opponent's sword Qi. Once he touched it, he would definitely be contaminated by the sword Qi and his spiritual energy would be sealed. Such a sword Qi divine ability was very dangerous. Damn it! After failing to take down Yi Chen several times, the young city governor was infuriated. As a person at the great perfection of the soul-severing stage, he could not even take down a person at the void refinement stage. With so many people watching, where was his face? Soul-sealing sword seal. The word seal instantly sealed the surrounding spiritual Qi. Yi Chen felt that his sword Qi was instantly restricted and even his body was frozen in midair. This soul-sealing sword Qi was truly terrifying. The people of the spiritual realm are indeed extraordinary. Yi Chen muttered to himself. However, the other party had targeted them, so he had to settle the score. Void vibration. Psionic powers gathered in Yi Chen's entire body and activated his ancient god power. Yi Chen released Void Quake. With just one attack, the surrounding space instantly shattered. The soul-sealing sword Qi from before could not escape the fate of shattering. The sword Qi vanished, and Yi Chen landed on the ground steadily. Everyone was shocked. Yi Chen, a void refinement cultivator, had escaped from the young city governor's sword Qi. Moreover, he seemed to have escaped with ease. This was something that no one had imagined. Pa. Only the Patriarch and Yi Wushuang were used to it. When that person fought with Yi Chen, they saw the result. Yi Chen would definitely be fine. "Fellow Yi is indeed powerful, ha ha ha," the Patriarch said with a laugh. He was very grateful to Yi Chen. After all, he was the one who killed those 2 imperial guards. At this moment, Yi Chen was fighting for him. Boom! With a loud bang, the young city governor landed on the ground, stirring up inch-by-inch rocks and cracking the ground. The momentum of landing like this was not because of how powerful his power was, but because the counterforce pressure that Yi Qin gave him was too great, causing his body to land heavily on the ground. "What's your name?" the young city governor asked. "Yi Qin." Yi Qin did not hide and responded. "Yi Qin, very good. Today I swear to kill you." The young city governor was completely enraged because he had not succeeded before. This time, he wanted to show his power and kill Yi Qin. "There are too many people who want to kill me, but none of them have a chance of succeeding. Arrogant person, die." The young city governor rushed out. This time, he released all of his great perfection soul, splitting cultivation base to fight Yi Qin. Rumble. His aura rose to the sky and space sank. At this moment, the young city governor's sword Qi carried the law of sealing and was formed by the spiritual power of the spirit realm. Yi Qin could feel that this spiritual power was probably more than 100 times that of the spirit boundary. This person really wanted to kill him. His cultivation base was already at a great disadvantage, now that the other party used the high-density spiritual power of the spirit realm. In the eyes of others, Yi Qin had already fallen into a dangerous situation. This kid has no chance. Yes, he dares to fight against the young city governor. He's courting death. Haha! Once the young city governor is angry, the soul-sealing sword will see blood. Many imperial guards who came out of the city governor's mansion were certain that Yi Qin would die. Hee, this is the result of offending me. The censor next to him was also gloating. This time, Yi Qin would die a clean death. Seeing everyone's faces, Yi Wushuang revealed a look of disdain. These people were not worthy of his attention at all. They actually wanted to defeat his master. That was truly courting death. Soul-sealing sword. One strike to seal the soul, leaving no life behind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the soul-sealing sword, a powerful law of sealing was activated. It turned out that in this sword, there was already the power of the law left behind by a powerhouse. In order to kill Yi Qin, the young city governor did not hesitate to use the power of a powerhouse. Rumble. At this moment, the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth were frightened away. Everyone was terrified. They retreated one after another and released energy shields to protect themselves. They knew that the young city governor was going to start a massacre. These 3 people would definitely die. Ha ha ha, all of you are going to die. The young city governor released the law of sealing and shouted at Yi Qin and the other 2. "I think you're the one who's going to die." Yi Wushuang replied forcefully, "Little brat, you die first." The young city governor's sword flew straight at Yi Wushuang. Yi Qin's eyes were slightly cold as his entire body released ancient god power. "Your opponent is me." Yi Qin's cold eyes locked onto the young city governor. With a flip of his palm, the star-picking palm descended from the sky and went straight for the young city governor. What? Feeling the decline of his powerful power, the young city governor felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and suddenly waved the soul-sealing sword in his hand. Clang! The star-picking palm and the soul-sealing sword collided. With a rumbling sound, the star-picking palm shattered on the spot, and the young city governor's footsteps kept retreating, almost hitting the wall. As the absolute dominant party, he was actually forced to retreat by Yi Qin's star-picking palm. This was something that the young city governor absolutely could not accept. He had suffered an extreme humiliation. Blood sacrifice, soul sealing. The young city governor lost control of his emotions and actually used a forbidden technique to deal with Yi Qin. This. Bai Hua turned pale with fright. He was still waiting for Yi Qin and the other 2 to make great contributions to the Bai family. Now, they were actually going to die at the hands of the Sha city governor. Wasn't that a blood loss? Chapter 1846. Everyone, can you please stop? Bai Hua stepped forward and shouted, "People of the Bai family, trash, get lost." The young governor was even more furious when he saw Bai Hua. He did not listen to him at all and flew toward Yi Chen with his sword. You really don't know how to repent. Seeing that the young governor still wanted to fight, Yi Chen thought to himself that he did not need to hold back. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Sky overturning seal, ocean overturning seal. First, Yi Chen sent out 2 palm prints to stop the young governor's attack. At the same time, he secretly released the power of the netherworld finger of destruction. Rumble! A huge ancient god shadow appeared behind Yi Chen and sent out 2 palm prints at the same time. This was a palm print that carried the power of the ancient god. No one could stop it. Ah! With a scream, the young governor was pressed to the ground by the palm print, unable to move. Chi! Following that, the netherworld finger of destruction swept out. A finger force reflected horizontally and cut off the young governor's ears. Ah, you! The young governor was in extreme pain. His heart was filled with shame and anger, and he fell into madness. He kept rolling on the ground, trying to break free. However, the sky overturning seal and the ocean overturning seal suppressed his body, making him roar like a pig. It was useless. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed wildly. A person from the spiritual world? How dare he be so rude? This was a lesson for him. Such an action? It caused countless people to exclaim in shock. They looked at Yi Chen and the other 2 as if they were looking at monsters. An outsider actually had such power to suppress the young governor to such an extent? Moreover, he was so bold. He really dared to attack the young governor. Looking at the young governor, who was rolling on the ground, the censor was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The imperial guards were also shocked. They all attacked. Young governor! Young governor! A group of imperial guards rushed over, trying to save the young governor. Without my orders? You dare to move? Yi Chen looked angry. His eyes were burning. True Samadhi fire? Burning imperial guards. Ah! For a moment, the imperial guards screamed at the same time. Their bodies were burned by the true fire? It was painful. A group of people who wanted to target Yi Chen, subduing them all, playing with them like playing with ants. Yi Chen's name instantly resounded. Yi Chen, Yi Chen. Many of them even shouted Yi Chen's name. He had almost become his worshipper. These people were the ones who had been bullied and suppressed by the people of the city governor's mansion for a long time. Now that they saw Yi Chen toying with the young city governor and the imperial guards like this, they had vented their resentment in their hearts. This feeling was extremely good. Naturally, they had to thank Yi Chen. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Yi Chen also understood that the people from the city governor's mansion were probably not that great to be able to incite public outrage. Brother Yi, you're in big trouble this time. Bai Hua came over and said, Brother Bai, I'm giving you face. Otherwise, I would have killed a piece of trash like him long ago, Yi Chen said. Ah. Bai Hua was shocked. He did not expect Yi Chen to dare to say something like that. Brother Yi, we can't hunt after offending the people from the city, Lord's mansion. Brother Bai, we've accepted your kindness and participated in the hunt. But as you can see, the people from the city Lord mansion are simply targeting us. There's nothing we can do. Yi Chen was about to leave after saying that. Stop! Suddenly, a majestic voice came from behind him. Yi Chen stopped walking. Do you think you can escape unscathed after causing such a ruckus? So what if I am? Yi Chen turned around and looked ahead, coldly. He noticed an old man walking out of the door. His entire body was surrounded by a powerful spiritual energy. One look and one could tell that he was an expert. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless against such a person. Fellow Yi, this person is extraordinary. I'm afraid his cultivation base is above the conjoint body stage. The patriarch quickly went forward to remind him. I know. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Conjoint body stage people in the spiritual realm were naturally extraordinary. Although he had the protection of the ancient god body, It would not be easy to defeat such a person. Are you the person who hurt my son? The newcomer asked Yi Qin. This is your son. Yi Qin asked in return. That's right. He's my third son, Shangguan Feng. Ha! What an unfilial son. You're such a good father. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. This kid is crazy. How dare he speak to the city lord like that? Can't he see the city lord's cultivation base? He's definitely not someone he can offend. He's simply courting death, idiot. Everyone was certain that Yi Qin was crazy. This was courting death. At this moment, city Lord Shangguan Jinyun's eyes turned cold and locked onto Yi Qin. Yi Qin felt a powerful spiritual qi coming toward him. This spiritual qi was very strange. He felt a chill run down his spine as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Ah! With a sudden shout, Yi Qin's body erupted with samadhi true fire. As the flames curled around him, the ice was instantly cleared. Oh! Shangguan Jinyun was slightly stunned. He did not expect his ice-sealing spiritual qi to be easily dispelled by Yi Qin. He was certain that Yi Qin was not an ordinary person. Father, kill him, kill him! Shangguan Feng kept screaming. Blood flowed from his ears. It was very terrifying. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Take him away. Yes. An imperial guard who followed Shangguan Jinyun took Shangguan Feng away. This person was clearly different from the other imperial guards. Be asterisk starred, let me go. Although Shangguan Feng rebuked him, the guard did not care and took him away. My son is stubborn. I have to thank you for teaching me a lesson today. Suddenly, Shangguan Jinyun bowed to Yi Qin. Yi Qin was puzzled. He had cut off his son's ears, but Shangguan Jinyun was thanking him. It was a little strange. He was not the only one who thought it was strange. Everyone was shocked. They were even more shocked than when Yi Qin cut off Shangguan Feng's ears. They knew that Shangguan Jinyun was not an ordinary person. He was the pillar that protected Fengzhou City. He had a high cultivation base and was swift and decisive. Today he encountered Yi Qin, an outsider who had killed his imperial guard and hurt his son. Nobody could understand why he was being so polite to him. However, at least they knew that Yi Qin was not an ordinary person. He had done so many crazy things and was praised by Shangguan Jinyun. You're too kind, city governor, Yi Qin replied calmly. The hunting meet is coming. Are you here to participate in the meet? That's what I was thinking. However, the censor of the residence saw that I was an outsider, so he purposely stopped me from entering the queue. That's why I taught him a lesson out of anger. Yes, I understand. Take him away and punish him severely. Yes. An imperial guard took the censor away. City governor, no, it's not like that. No, the fat censor was dragged away just like that. Ah. Everyone was speechless. Yi Qin was no longer the outsider who was mocked. It felt like he was the city governor's distinguished guest. They looked at Yi Qin enviously. Since everything is clear, I now announce that you can participate in the hunting meet. Chapter 1847. When the city lord announced it, everyone was even more shocked. They did not expect that a person who was thought to be dead would be personally authorized by the city lord to participate in the event. This kid is so lucky. Yeah, what's going on? This kid killed and injured people, yet he's being treated so courteously by the city lord. What a joke. If he can encounter such a good thing, why can't I encounter it? Everyone was shocked and envious of Yi Qin. They shook their heads and sighed at their bad luck. Yi Qin smiled faintly in the face of such a follow-up. He could already tell from the other party's words and actions that this person was extremely shrewd. He was definitely not a simple person. Thank you, City Lord. Yi Qin replied coldly without much expression. Bai Hua, who was next to him, was stunned. He thought that it was impossible for Yi Qin to participate in the hunting meet this time. He did not expect the city lord, Shangguan Jinyun, to personally approve him to participate. This was too unexpected. Thank you, City Lord. Bai Hua stepped forward and bowed. Bai Hua, did you recommend this fellow Yi Qin? Shangguan Jinyin asked. Yes, the Bai family recommended him. Very good, the Bai family recommended him. He will be rewarded handsomely. Huh. Oh, thank you, City Lord. Bai Hua was really stunned this time. A dead end was saved just like that. He did not even do anything, and he was rewarded. If such news were to spread to the Bai family, it would be a celebration. He had made a great contribution. Fellow Yi Qin, this way please. I have something to say. All right. Yi Qin asked the patriarch and Yi Wushuang to stay while he followed Shangguan Jinyin in. What does this person want to say to master? Yi Wushuang asked. I think this old fellow is not an ordinary person. He might be plotting against fellow Yi. The patriarch stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, Then shouldn't we hurry up and help master? Haha, what are you afraid of? With fellow Ye's foundation and strength, do you think we're afraid of him? That's true. The two of them stayed outside in the end and waited for the result. Inside the door, Shangguan Jinyin invited Yi Chen into the main hall and sat down. Fellow Yi, how did such a talent end up in the Bai family? We were helped by Bai Hua. He treated us to a meal, so we joined the Bai family and helped them participate in the hunting meet. A drink? Shangguan Jinyin was taken aback. He did not think that such a talent would be recruited by drinking wine. This Bai Hua's luck was too good. City Lord, is there a problem? No. I'm just thinking that a genius like fellow Taoist, you really shouldn't stay in the Bai clan. City Lord, what do you mean? Although Yi Chen had figured out what the man was thinking, he asked on purpose. Shangguan Jinyin continued. My city governor's estate is one of the top 3 forces in Feng Provincial City. We're also the core of power in Feng Provincial City. Why don't fellow Taoist you join the city governor's estate and resolve the misunderstanding between us? Finally, Shangguan Jinyin showed her true colors. She wanted to recruit Yi Qin. The city governor's mansion had many spies in Fengzhou City. They had long known about Yi Chen teaching the young master of the immortality sect a lesson and recognized Yi Chen's strength. This time, not only did Shangguan Jinyin not pursue the matter of Yi Qin causing trouble in the city governor's mansion, but he also allowed Yi Qin to participate in the event. This was a show of sincerity to Yi Qin. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord, but we're all independent cultivators. We don't want to join any forces. This time, we agreed to help the Bai clan participate in the event because we owe you a favor. I see. Hearing this, Shangguan Jinyin revealed a disappointed expression. He had thought that Yi Qin would agree quickly. After all, the city governor's estate was a place that many powerhouses dreamed of entering. He did not expect Yi Qin to have no intention of joining at all. Fellow Taoist Yi, the forces in Feng Provincial City are complicated and there are many factions. You need to be careful when you move around. If you encounter any trouble, just say that you're from the city governor's estate. No one will make things difficult for you. Thank you. After saying that, Yi Qin got up and left. He did not want to waste time with Shangguan Jinyin. Seeing Yi Chen leave resolutely, Shangguan Jinyin's expression changed drastically. He had shown such sincerity, but Yi Chen had no intention of accepting it at all. He did not even feel grateful. This was unacceptable. What an arrogant son. What a pity. After saying that, Shangguan Jinyin revealed a cold expression. Outside the door, Yi Qin came out and saw the patriarch and Yi Wushuang. Fellow Yi, what did that old man say to you? The patriarch asked. They wanted to recruit us, but I rejected them all, Yi Qin said. That's right. We are people who are unrestrained and unrestrained. How can we be controlled? This old man is really blind. Since we've already obtained the quota to participate in the event, let's wait for the news. All right. After saying that, the 3 of them came before Bai Hua. The 3 of you, this time it's up to you, Bai Hua said excitedly. Don't worry, we'll definitely do what we promised. Thank you, Brother Yi. Bai Hua's heart was relieved and he was indescribably happy. He hurriedly brought Yi Qin back to the Bai clan and personally went to the secret cave to talk to Bai Lin. Ha ha ha, what's so great about it? The city governor personally approved it? Bai Lin was overjoyed. Yes, father, brother Yi, and the other two seem to have received the city governor's approval. That's a great honor. The city governor even said that he'll reward our Bai clan for recommending talents. That's great, that's great. Our Bai clan has been in decline for a long time. I never expected that we would receive such a reward because of 3 foreign guests. Bai Hua, you've done a great service this time. Thank you, father, for your praise. Bai Hua smiled as he bowed. Remember, you must satisfy any request of Yi Qin and the other 2. Don't lack cultivation resources. These 3 people are our benefactors. Don't worry, father, I've arranged for this. Ha ha ha. Our Bai clan is going to rise again this time. As he spoke, Bai Lin's face revealed a complacent expression. He wanted to convene a clan meeting and speak of all his contributions. At this moment, Yi Chen's group of 3 returned to their residence and noticed that the house was piled high with various cultivation resources. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi, this Bai clan is really tactful. They know that we need a large amount of resources to cultivate and improve, so they directly prepared it. The ancestor's eyes were filled with a red light. His cultivation was about to reach the point of breaking through, so these resources were too crucial. Ancestor, according to your cultivation speed, you're not far from breaking through. Attaining the conjoint body stage is a huge breakthrough. I'll give you more this time. Thank you, fellow Yi. Ha ha ha. The ancestor was overjoyed. He opened his arms wide and left with countless cultivation spirit stones. Yi Qin then gave some to Yi Wushuang and kept the rest for himself. Before the hunting meet began, he wanted to raise his cultivation base to the peak of void refinement. Chapter 1848. When the day of the hunt arrived, all the upper echelons of the Bai clan came out to send Yi Qin and the others off. Fellow Yi, it's up to the 3 of you this time. Everyone in the Bai clan wishes you a smooth victory in the hunt. As the patriarch of the Bai clan, Bai Lin stepped forward and bowed extremely respectfully. Now, the future of the Bai clan depended on Yi Qin and the other 2. He had no choice but to do so. You're too kind, Patriarch Bai. Since I promised Bai Hua to win, you can just wait for the news this time. Yi Chun replied confidently. Ha ha ha, that's great. Everyone in the Bai clan cheered. They had been looking forward to this day for too long. These are spirit stones that have been refined using the unique technique of our Bai clan. They're extremely pure. The quality of these spirit stones is enough to fight 100. Please bring them along, fellow Taoists. Bai Lin personally brought 3 black brocade pouches and handed them to Yi Qin. Thank you. We're leaving. Yi Qin took the pouches and gave one to the patriarch and Yi Wushuang. He kept one for himself and rowed the sword boat toward the hunting grounds. The Demon Eye Mountain was a gathering place for demonic creatures. This place was not far from Fengzhou City, so it was extremely easy for demonic creatures to harass the city. Many caravans were completely annihilated because of demonic creatures. In the end, the various major forces in Fengzhou City decided to hold the hunting meet every year. They invited all the powerhouses in Fengzhou City to kill demonic creatures and serve the safety of Fengzhou City. This time it was the Fengshan martial arts competition that was held every 3.5 years, so this hunt was even more important. It became the battle for the last 3 spots to participate in the competition. There are quite a lot of people. Flying high in the sky, Yi Qin glanced over and realized that tens of thousands of people had gathered outside the Demon Eye Mountain. These people were the powerhouses that had been selected for dozens of days to deal with demonic creatures. Seeing the sword boat flying in the sky, everyone raised their heads. Look, it's Yi Qin and the other 2. They're the people personally selected by the city governor to participate in the hunt. They're really amazing. He even gave them the sword boat. That's right. His sword boat is different from ours. It's obviously a deluxe version. This Yi Qin is too amazing. Such a person is peerless. Many powerhouses praised Yi Qin. Of course, these people's strength was average and could not be considered peerless powerhouses. There were also many people who looked at Yi Qin with disdain. After all, Yi Qin's cultivation base was only at the void refinement stage, which was considered very ordinary in the spirit realm. If it were not for the incident at the Castellan's mansion, no one would have noticed Yi Qin and the others. At this moment, outside the Demon Eye Mountain, a person was standing on a high platform. Yi Qin and the other two joined the crowd and saw that this person was a young master. He stood with the people from the city governor's mansion. Everyone, I am the city lord's mansion's eldest young master, Shangguan Jie. I am the host of this hunting meet. At the same time, I will be participating in the meet with all of you, representing the city lord's mansion's determination to eradicate the Demon Eye Mountain. Okay, that's great. Eldest young master is personally taking action. This time he will definitely purge Demon Eye Mountain. Amazing. I didn't expect that we would be able to hunt with the young master. When that person introduced himself, there was a wave of cheers and applause. Yi Qin looked at the high platform and found that this person's cultivation base was extraordinary. He was actually at the mastery stage of the divine dividing stage, almost catching up to the patriarch. No wonder the people below were cheering. Is everyone here? Everyone is here. Everyone is here. Everyone could not wait to enter the hunt because according to the number of prey they hunted, even if they could not get into the top 3, they would still be rewarded handsomely. This was a decision made to encourage everyone to kill demons and ensure the smooth flow of Fengzhou City. Let's go. Under Shangguan Jie's order, everyone rushed toward the Demon Eye Mountain. Yi Qin and the other two were not in a hurry and walked slowly. I wonder what level of demons there are in this Demon Eye Mountain. The patriarch asked. Look at how impulsive these people are. I guess the level of the demons in the periphery should not be high. We are not in a hurry because no one is competing with us. We're going to enter the deep mountains, Yi Qin said. Yes, fellow Yi is thoughtful. Let these idiots hunt as much as they want in the periphery. The points of those low-level prey are too low. They can't play a key role at all. However, we can't be careless. I feel a lot of powerful auras. There are many people at the divine dividing stage. Yi Qin said. Yes. The patriarch nodded at the same time. When he entered the scene, he also felt that there were tens of thousands of people here. At least 1,000 of them were at the advanced stage of the divine dividing stage. It could be seen that cultivation in the spiritual realm was much easier than in the spiritual realm. It was precisely because of the rich cultivation resources here and the amazing density of spiritual energy. Let's enter the mountain from the path. Okay. Yi Wushuang and the patriarch flew into the mountain from a small path under Yi Qin's lead. After walking for about an hour, they found that the environment had changed greatly. The cold air here was obviously heavier. At the same time, the density of spiritual energy was dropping rapidly, and the density of demonic energy was soaring. You can feel it, right? This demonic energy is completely different from what we encountered in the demon disaster area. Yi Qin walked while sensing the demonic energy. At the same time, he also cultivated demonic techniques, so he was equally sensitive to demonic energy. Yes, we will also go to the demon disaster area to fight with the demon lord. The demonic energy there is not the same as here. The patriarch nodded at the same time. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes observed the surroundings, and he was always on guard. Roar! At this time, suddenly a roar came from the mountain. Such a roar is earth-shattering. It's at least a monster at the divine dividing stage. Kill it. Yi Qin said. Ha ha ha, very good. My hands are itching. The patriarch flew forward. Yi Qin smiled and followed with Wushuang. They came to the top of the mountain and saw that the patriarch was already fighting with a white-fronted worm. Yi Chen looked at it and recognized that the worm was an old monster at the middle stage of the divine dividing stage. However, the patriarch was now at the late stage of the divine dividing stage. Even if this was the spiritual realm, with the patriarch's talent, there was no need to worry. "Good fellow, you have some ability." The patriarch shouted with a smile. "Old man, how dare you come to our territory? You're courting death." The worm at the divine dividing stage had already developed intelligence and could actually speak human language. The patriarch was stunned and furious. Underworld sword. Summoning the underworld sword, the underworld energy in his body erupted, and the patriarch's eyes locked on the worm. "Devour you!" The worm attacked angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to devour the patriarch. Underworld sword. Hell slash. The patriarch activated the power of the endless underworld and infused it into the sword. Then he found the flaw of the worm's attack and slashed. Clang! Unexpectedly, the worm's reaction was so fast that it used its sharp teeth to bite the underworld sword. "Patriarch, can you do it?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. "I've made a fool of myself in front of fellow Yi. You evil creature, you've embarrassed me. Die." The patriarch was angry, and the underworld opened the way. Kacha, kacha, kacha! With the sound of breaking, the sharp teeth in the worm's mouth were all shattered. Chi! The beast's head fell to the ground. Chapter 1849. Great! Yi Chen clapped for the patriarch, while the patriarch blushed, appearing a little embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, this is a piece of cake. You don't have to clap. This is our patriarch's first battle in the mountain. I have to clap." Yi Chen said. The patriarch wielded underworld and stabbed the worm. Instantly, the worm's stomach was cut open. He condensed his chi with his sword finger and pointed it at the big worm. Immediately, the big worm's demon core floated into the air. "Great, we got a demonic beast. Let's go." Yi Chen nodded, and the three of them left together. Gradually, the three of them entered the deep mountains through the small path. The demonic energy was even heavier. The surrounding demonic energy did not affect Yi Chen because he cultivated demonic techniques. However, it affected the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang, especially since this was the demonic land in the spirit realm. It was completely different from the demonic land in the spirit realm. Cough, cough, cough. The Patriarch was already feeling uncomfortable. Yi Wushuang was a sword spirit, after all. In his past life, he was a divine weapon, the Heavenly Emperor sword. Although he was feeling uncomfortable, the demonic energy could not cause any substantial harm to him. However, the Patriarch was different. Although the power of hell that he cultivated was also very evil, it could not merge with the demonic energy here. "Patriarch?" Yi Chen went forward and held the Patriarch, concern filling his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. The Patriarch did not want to burden Yi Chen, so he said while smiling that he was fine. However, Yi Chen knew that the Patriarch's body was clearly affected. "This is a medicinal pill that the Bai family gave me to fight demonic energy. Take one first." "All right." The Patriarch did not stand on ceremony and swallowed one on the spot. After eating it, he instantly felt much better. "How is it?" "That's great. This medicinal pill is very effective. Wushuang, have one too." Yi Wushuang nodded and swallowed the medicinal pill. As the medicinal pill entered his stomach, powerful spiritual energy shot into the sky with his sword spirit body. The surrounding demonic energy retreated. Amazing! Yi Chen and the Patriarch were shocked. Yi Wushuang's Heavenly Emperor sword spirit body was peerless in the first place. It was even more so with the demonic medicinal pill. "Let's go." The three of them flew out at the same time, leaving the demonic energy behind. In the deep mountains, the aura was extremely turbulent. The three of them held their breaths and explored. The surrounding space was extremely chaotic and ordinary people would not be able to clearly see the situation around them. Although the old ancestor was a spirit-severing stage cultivator with an extraordinary foundation, he was also affected by the demonic energy in the deep mountains and couldn't deal with it freely. So. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled rapidly. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed coldly as he immediately sensed the movement around him. "There's a monster, and there's more than one," Yi Chen said. "It seems like we have been surrounded," the old ancestor said. "Exactly." Yi Chen agreed with what the patriarch said. So. The grass in the surroundings shook continuously. In the darkness, magical energy rose, and the shadows of magical beasts appeared one after another. Pairs of blood-red eyes flickered with red light in the darkness, as if they were locking on to their prey, causing their souls to tremble. "Master, let me do it this time." Yi Wushuang's white robe fluttered as sword qi filled the air. "All right." Yi Chen nodded lightly. He and the patriarch went to the back, while Yi Wushuang walked to the front alone to face the demonic beasts. Roar! All of a sudden, the demonic beasts let out long roars, and shadows appeared one after another. Surprisingly, each of the demonic beasts was at the void tempering stage. "Can Wushuang handle a void refinement demonic beast?" the patriarch asked. Patriarch, you're too careless. You don't seem to have sensed that Wushuang has entered mastery stage void refinement." "Oh." The patriarch was moved. His eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Wushuang. As expected, he realized that his foundation had improved greatly. It was incomparably deep, and he was more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary mastery stage void refinement people. He's powerful indeed. Let's just watch the show. Yi Chen and the patriarch sat on the ancient tree. The patriarch took out some aged wine for Yi Chen. "I can't take your aged wine." Yi Chen refused, but the patriarch closed it himself with a smile. At that moment, the demonic beasts below revealed themselves. They were a pack of demonic wolves. So. Suddenly, Yi Wushuang's eyes turned cold. His cold aura and icy sword qi were extremely cold. Yi Chen nodded lightly as he looked at Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's sword spirit constitution was gradually upgrading. Once his heavenly emperor sword spirit constitution was completely awakened, his ability would soar to an incomparably terrifying level. By then, even Yi Chen would have to be wary of him. Of course, he would not doubt his loyalty to Yi Wushuang. Roar! As the Wolf King roared, countless demonic wolves charged. They only had one target, which was Yi Wushuang. Kill! As Yi Wushuang's eyes turned cold, he tossed the long sword in his hand away. So. Boundless sword qi revolved around his body, like a cold tornado that swept out. Roar! The dragon and tiger roared as the powerful sword exploded completely. The ground cracked and the mountains shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless demonic wolves closed their eyes completely before they could even see Yi Wushuang's face. They died without a burial ground. Roar! The demonic wolf king growled continuously when it saw that. It bared its teeth in rage. So. Countless demonic wolves surrounded the demonic wolf king and kept jumping. They seemed to be doing something according to the wolf king's orders. Yi Chen's eyes were releasing sparks as his golden pupil-fiery eyes locked onto the wolf king. He saw the sinister order in the wolf king's eyes. These beasts seemed to be doing something. The patriarch sensed something unusual too. They're arranging their troops. What? The patriarch was shocked to hear what Yi Chen said. He did not expect these beasts to be so intelligent. Theoretically, only demonic beasts that aren't on the soul-splitting stage can activate their intelligence? The patriarch asked. Although these demonic beasts aren't on the soul-splitting stage, the Wolf King is on the perfect stage, void refinement stage. It's obvious that the Wolf King is talented and has comprehended the essence of the soul-splitting stage. It's going to break through today. What? The patriarch was shocked. He really could not see it. Yi Chen could see it. Although the patriarch's cultivation base was higher, he could not be compared to Yi Chen in terms of sensing. It was all because of his powerful senses and the golden pupil-fiery eyes. Are we still not going to help? The patriarch asked anxiously. This is Wushuang's chance to train. Whether Wushuang can activate the Heavenly Emperor's sword's instinct depends on this. Yi Chen, do you really want to take the risk? Although the Heavenly Emperor's sword is incomplete, it's a divine weapon after all. We must believe in Wushuang. We can't ruin his cultivation opportunity. The patriarch was speechless. Yi Chen was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Yi Wushuang also sensed the abnormality of these demonic wolves. He saw something similar to what Yi Chen saw from the demonic Wolf King's eyes. It was the Heavenly Emperor's eye that was created by the Heavenly Emperor's sword's spiritual energy. Kill! Yi Wushuang attacked first. It was impossible for him to let these demonic wolves form a formation. Ugh! The Wolf King let out a tearing sound. Its eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 1850. Roar! The Wolf King roared again, and the demonic wolves attacked one after another. However, the speed, order, and method of attack were different this time. Clearly, they were guided by the Wolf King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Wushuang flew out. His body moved, and sword qi filled the entire space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demonic wolves fell to the ground one after another due to the sword qi. However, they stood up again or dragged their broken bodies to eat Yi Wushuang. Damn it, you bastard! Wushuang was enraged. The shadow of the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared behind him. Heavenly Emperor's sword. Slash! With a shocking explosion, the gigantic sword shadow slashed the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The land within 100 miles turned into ruins. It was the Heavenly Emperor's power. This is too shocking. The patriarch was shocked. He knew that Yi Wushuang was extremely talented and was the Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit, but he did not expect him to be so powerful. Could Yi Chen have trained him before? He looked at Yi Chen, who was expressionless. He was still watching the battle, and there was even a hint of determination in his eyes. These two are a match, the patriarch mumbled to himself. On the battlefield, Yi Wushuang's sword qi swept across with unparalleled destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Countless demonic wolves died under his sword, but the demonic Wolf King did not move. It was even commanding the demonic wolves to die. Yi Wushuang's eyes were cold. Similar to Yi Chen's, their auras had merged. At that moment, Yi Chen saw the demonic Wolf King scheme. Although many of the demonic wolves were injured, the formation was done. Wushuang, you won't disappoint me. Yi Chen mumbled to himself. The patriarch was only worried because he sensed the demonic Wolf King's aura. It was a very powerful aura that even he did not dare to underestimate. It was an aura that was about to enter the soul-splitting stage. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the demonic Wolf King let out a human-like laugh. It was very cold and sinister. It seems like he's going to attack, the patriarch said. Then go to hell. Yi Chen said coldly. The patriarch was terrified when he saw Yi Chen's cold expression. At the same time, he looked at Yi Wushuang with similar eyes. From afar, Yi Wushuang looked like a handsome young man who was extremely beautiful. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes were exactly the same as Yi Chen's. Hey, that's scary. The patriarch shuddered and drank a mouthful of wine. Strange images appeared in his head at that moment. The terrifying images that he saw Yi Chen and Yi Wushuang earlier vanished completely. Junior brother, I really shouldn't have left your place, he said to himself. Yi Chen turned his head to look at the patriarch. He was speechless. The old man was thinking about that when he was so serious. Shame on you, Hee hee. The patriarch could only smile apologetically and pretend to be asleep. After all, he knew very well that Yi Wuxuang would definitely be fine with Yi Qin around. At that moment, the demonic wolf king's plan had come to fruition. Countless demonic wolf carcasses began emitting powerful demonic energy that surrounded Yi Wuxuang, restricting his movement range. This person deserves to die. The demon wolf king could actually speak. Although it wasn't very smooth, it already had this ability. Demon wolf king, show me what you're capable of, Yi Wuxuang said coldly. Ha ha ha. The demon wolf king scoffed again. Subsequently, it activated the power of the countless demonic wolf carcasses and absorbed all of it into its body. Roar! With a howl, the demon wolf king soared into the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz! It kept absorbing demonic energy, and its body began to change. Its limbs were degenerating while new limbs grew at the same time. Kill! Yi Wuxuang released sword qi, but it was useless when it hit the demon wolf king's demonic energy shield. Oh no! The patriarch was shocked. He sensed that the demon wolf king was really going to ascend. Demonic energy soaring, transformation. All of a sudden, the demon wolf king's body exploded with supreme demonic energy. Its demonic beast body transformed completely, turning into a monster with a wolf's head and a human body. What? The patriarch's eyes widened. He did not expect this to happen. I've finally transformed. Ha ha ha. The demon wolf king laughed maniacally. This time, there was nothing wrong with it. It could speak human language completely. At the same time, its body looked like a human. Brat, you killed many of my people. You're dead. Is that so? Since your people are dead, why don't you join them? Yi Wuxuang was fearless. His eyes were extremely cold. Ha ha ha, I don't care about the difference in our foundation. Go to hell. The demon wolf king did not care about its people at all. It waved its claws, and countless demonic wolves charged again. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The demonic wolves kept charging, targeting Yi Wuxuang's various vital parts. Sword engulfing heaven and earth. Jian Wuxuang's body turned illusory, and sword shadows appeared one after another. Countless figures charged at the demonic wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed all over the ground. Countless wolves had their throats slit. Thud, thud, thud. The demonic beasts fell to the ground one after another, dying. Ha ha ha, absorb! Seeing its people die before its eyes, the demon wolf king did not care at all. Instead, it absorbed their demonic energy. Ha ha ha. It laughed maniacally, and the demonic energy in its body kept increasing. It was no longer as simple as a transformation. Ah! It shouted, and the demonic energy in its body exploded. It was about to enter the soul-splitting stage. Soul-splitting stage! The patriarch exclaimed. This is the trial that Wuxuang needs. Yi Qin said. Good Lord! The patriarch exclaimed. At that moment, the demon wolf king had completely ascended and became a soul-splitting stage demonic beast. Ordinary demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same level. Moreover, this was the spirit realm, and the power of demonic beasts was 100 times stronger than spirit realm humans. That was what Yi Qin wanted to see. Only such pressure could stimulate Yi Wuxuang's potential. Kill! The demon wolf king finally thought that it could do it, so it attacked personally. Roar! As the demonic wolves roared, the demonic wolves attacked together with the demon wolf king. They wanted to crush the enemy in front of them. Heavenly Emperor Sword, Universal Slash. Yi Wuxuang held the sword in his hand, and the Heavenly Emperor Sword Spirit appeared behind him. Rumble. Roar. However, such sword might was instantly broken by the demon wolf king's claws. What? Yi Wuxuang's eyes turned cold, and he kept retreating. The patriarch was scared out of his wits, but Yi Qin still looked determined. Go! Yi Wushuang released several sword chi, but it was useless when it hit the demon wolf king. Ha ha ha, outsider, you want to hurt me with such power? Ridiculous. The demon wolf king thought that it had victory in its hands, so it flew out and clawed at Yi Qin. However, Yi Wushuang suddenly closed his eyes like a statue. Chapter 1851. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the critical moment, the sword spirit's shadow appeared behind Yi Wushuang. The Heavenly Emperor sword was him, and he was the Heavenly Emperor sword. Kill! The demon wolf king activated avatar power, and all its power exploded. Dark demon energy spun on its claws. All the demon wolves around sensed it at the same time and charged at Yi Wushuang with it. Fellow Yi, are you really all right? The patriarch asked worriedly. Patriarch! I've told you that this is Wushuang's chance to break through. We can't interfere. Looking at Yi Chen's determined expression, the patriarch could only trust him. The demon wolf king revealed its sharp teeth and a cold smile. It knew that it was about to succeed. The person before it was its dinner. Kill! It screamed, trying to make itself look like a human cultivator. It was a belief that as long as he cultivated a human body, he could improve endlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless demon wolves looked at their king becoming a human, and they worshipped him as if he was a god. They obeyed his commands and continuously charged forward. At that moment, Yi Wushuang's eyes were still closed like a statue. The sword spirit's shadow behind him was becoming more and more real. Heavenly Emperor sword, Heavenly Emperor spirit. Suddenly, Yi Wushuang opened his eyes. Starlight descended from the sky and poured into his body. It was the light of the Big Dipper imperial star. Heaven and Earth slash. It was the same move, but it had a completely different power. It was as if the Heavenly Emperor had descended to judge the world. Slash. There was a slashing sound. The demon wolf king's cold smile was still there. Its body was still charging forward, but its head had lost its support. The demon wolf king's head was still floating in the air. Its eyes were filled with shock and confusion when it looked at Yi Wushuang. Slash! The demon wolf king lowered its head. Yi Wushuang flew past like a stream of light, killing all the demon wolves. Slash, slash, slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Countless wolves flew in the air and fell to the ground one after another, losing their breath. Yi Wushuang turned around to look at Yi Qin and the patriarch. There were still traces of the Emperor's star in his eyes. Even Yi Qin was shocked to see that. That's Yi Wushuang. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin flew down while laughing and arrived next to Yi Wushuang. Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yi Wushuang finally understood Yi Chen's intention. He had broken through and was getting closer to finding himself. These are all fortuitous encounters. Your own efforts are the most important. Yi Qin said with a smile. Ha ha ha. You really make my ancestor envious. Your understanding of each other is so deep. That kind of natural trust is irreplaceable. Amazing. The old ancestor laughed and drank. Ancestor, why do you have to sigh like this? We are all the same. Yes, we are all the same. The patriarch's eyes were teary. It was his greatest luck to be able to have a friend like Yi Qin in this life. There's too much magical energy here, and too many magical beasts have died. We need to leave immediately. All right, bring me to the magic cores. Elder Ancestor released Underworld's sword and quickly retrieved the demon core. The three of them quickly left this place of trouble. Not long after they left, a group of magical beasts arrived. Looking at the Devil Wolf King lying on the ground, expressions of anger appeared on their faces. Roar! They continuously roared. The Demon Wolf King had only been killed after it had broken through. These magical beasts all wanted to break through and become human. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. Uft, uft, uft. These magical beasts kept gnawing on the demon wolf king's carcass, absorbing the power to break through from it. At that moment, Yi Chen and the other two had entered deeper into the mountain. The density of the magical energy here increased again, and the dangerous aura was even more intense. However, the three of them were united and fearless. Yi Chen walked in front. With his powerful senses, he could determine the location of the magical beasts in the shortest time possible. The Patriarch and Yi Wushuang held the line at the back so that the magical beasts could not attack Yi Chen from behind. Look at that place. Suddenly, Yi Chen pointed in a direction. The Patriarch and Yi Wushuang looked over at the same time and realized that there was a place that looked like a cave. I can sense powerful magical energy from there, Yi Chen said. Let's go take a look, the Patriarch said. Of course. Yi Chen smiled lightly and flew out. The two of them followed him and rushed into the cave. The entrance was very narrow, as if it was blocked by rocks on purpose. Rumble! Yi Chen waved his fingers, and a powerful energy swept across. The huge rocks at the entrance were crushed. I'll go first. You guys stay behind. All right. Yi Chen walked in front with magical energy surrounding his body to disguise himself. That way, even if the other party noticed him, they would hesitate because he had magical energy. He relied on the engulfing Mageweth to absorb a large amount of magical energy around him, making his disguise impeccable. Yi Chen, how is it? The Patriarch asked. It's not far ahead. Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch were on their guard hearing that. Yi Chen walked in front, and a sound began to come from the dark and damp cave. Dripping water. He immediately determined the nature of the sound. He then looked around and scanned with his amazing vision to collect information. Hiss! Suddenly there was a hissing sound. It was very strange. Patriarch, did you hear that? There's some movement, but I can't tell what it is. I think it's the magical beast's cave. Ha ha ha! Kill them then, the Patriarch said excitedly. Previously, Yi Wushuang had broken through himself and achieved the sword spirit true form. Now he was going to break through and achieve amalgamation. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'll fulfill your wish. I'll wait then. The Patriarch nodded and followed Yi Chen. Hiss! The hiss was even clearer now. At the same time, waves of magical poisonous mist were approaching them. Yi Chen's eyes turned serious as he sensed the poisonous mist around him immediately. His magical energy was not related to spiritual energy. That was his advantage. Everyone, hold your breath. The Patriarch and the Patriarch held their breaths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They only understood why Yi Chen asked them to hold their breaths when the powerful poisonous mist spread. Not only could the poisonous mist invade one's body, but it was also extremely corrosive to one's skin. It was almost like acid. Use the energy shield. All right. The three of them activated their origin power at the same time and released the energy shield to protect themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even with the energy shield, the poisonous mist was still trying to corrode the three of them. One could see how brutal it was. Yi Chen released his palm energy and swept the poisonous mist away. He did not expect the poisonous mist to attack him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The poisonous mist attacked Yi Chen ferociously, shocking the Patriarch and the Patriarch. Humph! How dare such a piece of trash be so rude to me? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he did something shocking. The Patriarch was stunned to see Yi Chen breathe through his nose and absorb the poisonous mist. Yi Chen, are you crazy? The Patriarch was shocked. Yi Wushuang was worried too. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Chen was fearless as he absorbed the poisonous mist into his body. He walked forward as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1852. The Patriarch was shocked to see Yi Chen absorb the poisonous mist that could instantly corrode the energy shield. However, Yi Chen was completely fine. The Patriarch could not understand why Yi Chen was so strange. Fellow Yi, How did you resist the poisonous mist? How dare you absorb it directly? The patriarch asked. Ancient god body. Yi Chen only said 3 words, and the patriarch was shocked. Ancient god body was such a grand name. How many secrets were hidden? Relying on the ancient god body's immunity, Yi Chen forced his way through and entered the secret cave. A hall appeared in front of them. At a glance, they saw a dark, scaled beast. This scaled beast had the body of a giant python, but its body was covered in scales. It looked very ferocious. There were dozens of eggs under its body. Everyone understood that this scaled beast was guarding these eggs. You too. This scaled beast's eggs contain powerful demonic energy. It's what I need for cultivation. This time, I need you to do it. Watch. Oh, I see. Then we'll watch the show. The patriarch and Yi Wushuang came to the sides. They sensed that this scaled beast's cultivation was not low. It was a great perfection, divine separation stage, demonic beast. Now that it had turned into a scale form, it was probably to protect its eggs. Human, you shouldn't be here. The scaled beast was really eloquent. Is that so? It's a pity that you demonic beasts often harass the border of Fengzhou City and even devour people. Shouldn't such evil behavior be punished? Yi Chen said coldly. Ha ha ha. Devouring humans is the nature of us demons. Don't you have a nature? The scaled beast responded with a sneer. Since it's nature, there's no other way. Life and death are in front of you. Human, you shouldn't be so confident because you've already fallen into my poisonous mist. Poisonous mist? Where? Why don't I see it? Yi Chen pretended to be surprised. It's around you. You can't see it because you don't have the demon eye. Weak humans should become the demon's food. Is that so? Then can you demons become my food? Suddenly, Yi Chen revealed a cold light. The scaled beast frowned and immediately felt a bad aura. You're fine? He looked at Yi Chen in shock. Yi Chen had absorbed a large amount of poisonous mist and was actually fine. That's right, I'm completely fine. What do you think? This is impossible. My poisonous fog can corrode cultivators at the peak of the spirit severing stage. What are you? You are just a cultivator at the late stage of the void training stage. How can you resist it? Of course you won't understand, because I'm not afraid of your poisonous fog at all. The immortal slaying flying saber reappeared in Yi Chen's hand. He wanted to use the sharpest saber gleam to peel off the scaled armored beast scales piece by piece, so that the demonic beast would understand the feeling of being devoured. Kill! As Yi Chen flew out, the demonic energy in his body surged wildly. The scaled armored beast almost fainted. You, how can you control such a demonic ability? You talk too much. Die! Yi Chen did not want to waste his breath and attacked right away. Chi, chi, chi. As the saber gleamed, Yi Chen slashed the scaled armored beast's entire body. Fresh blood began to flow. The scaled armored beast's indestructible scales could not withstand a single blow from Yi Chen's immortal slaying flying dagger. This was because the immortal slaying flying saber had improved many times in the previous battles and had already broken through. Master, it's up to me this time. The immortal slaying flying dagger was very active, wanting to show off its skills. No problem. Immortal slaying flying dagger. Let this trash see your penetrating power. All right, I've evolved the penetrating law this time just to deal with such a hard rock. Ha ha ha! The immortal slaying flying dagger laughed loudly and flew out. Be asterisk starred. The scaled armored beast's anger surged. As a perfect soul severing stage demonic beast, how could it be bullied by a void training stage human in its own territory? This had never happened since ancient times. It wanted to counterattack and completely defeat the person in front of it. Ha ha ha! The immortal slaying flying dagger rushed out while laughing. As the cold light flashed, the saber gleam was incomparably sharp as it attacked the scaled armored beast. Invincible scale armor. The scaled armored beast roared angrily. The hardest scale armor regrew on its body, 100 times harder than the previous scale armor. Oh, Yi Qin smiled faintly. This scaled armored beast used its own demonic energy to grow such scale armor. It was time to verify the power of the immortal slaying flying dagger. Yi Qin stood on a rock and watched everything before him. He was full of confidence in the immortal slaying flying dagger. The patriarch and Yi Wushuang were also watching the show. Both of them were extremely relaxed, especially the patriarch. He was even letting his imagination run wild, and no one knew what he was doing. It's a pity that my 3,000 beauties aren't here. Otherwise, my patriarch would definitely show off his skills and let them see my might. Patriarch, you'd better save it, Yi Wushuang retorted before turning to look at the battlefield. The patriarch wanted to fight back, but he thought about how he could argue with a child. He had to be magnanimous. What is a child like, That kind of happiness, hee hee. After saying that, the patriarch began to let his imagination run wild. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. The scaled armored beast was furious at the immortal slaying flying dagger. You want to fight me with a flying dagger? What a joke! The scaled armored beast shouted wildly. Evil creature, how can you predict this flying dagger? Let me cut you in half now. The immortal slaying flying dagger rebuked angrily. Ha ha ha, let me crush you. The scaled armored beast suddenly released countless scales and flew out at an extremely fast speed. It carried powerful demonic energy as if it wanted to completely shatter the immortal slaying flying dagger. You really dare to use such insignificant tricks? Trash! The immortal slaying flying dagger was furious. Its body actually split into 3. The patriarch was thinking about something when he saw the immortal slaying flying dagger's actions. In the sky, not only the patriarch, but even Yi Wushuang was surprised when he saw the 3 immortal slaying flying daggers unsheathing at the same time. Immortal slaying flying dagger! Kill him! Yes, master! The immortal slaying flying dagger received Yi Chen's order and flew out. Buzz, buzz, buzz! An extremely powerful penetrating light flickered on the blade. It was the result of the immortal slaying flying dagger's repeated cultivation after entering the spirit level with Yi Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz! As waves of saber gleam flickered, all the scales released by the scaled armored beast shattered and fell to the ground. What? The scaled armored beast was shocked and wanted to escape. Too slow. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. At that moment, the scaled armored beast only felt waves of coldness on its neck. The coldness poured into its head. Then it fell to the ground. Thud! With a loud bang, the scaled armored beast fell to the ground. Yi Chen walked over and looked at the dead scaled armored beast. He pointed his sword finger and the demon core appeared. He handed it to the patriarch for safekeeping. I won't hold back with these eggs. Yi Chen did not hold back at all. He released demonic patterns to devour those demonic eggs. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The pure demonic energy in the demonic eggs was all devoured by Yi Chen, and his demonic technique improved greatly. Chapter 1853. With a roar, Yi Chen was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. The power in his body erupted like a volcano, and he was extremely powerful. I didn't expect this demonic egg to have such a function. Fellow Yi, your demonic technique is about to catch up with your normal technique. Seeing that Yi Chen was almost done absorbing, the patriarch stepped forward and said, Since there's such an opportunity, I naturally won't let it go. However, this isn't our ultimate goal. We need more powerful demonic beasts to clean up the mess. Yi Chen's eyes were determined. He had already thought of the next step of the plan, which was to find a peak soul-severing stage demonic beast. Only such a demonic beast could show their talent. All right, no problem. The patriarch nodded. The three of them walked out of the secret cave and continued forward. In the depths of the third level, the demonic energy aura became extremely dense, and it even began to affect the patriarch's cultivation method. Yi Chun was the only one who could completely adapt here because he was an immortal and demonic dual cultivator. Fellow Yi, do you sense the aura of a demonic beast? Don't worry, Yi Chen did not sense the demonic energy aura, but he sensed the aura of the people from the spirit realm. There are people from the spirit realm 100 miles ahead, he said. In such a deep forest with dense demonic energy, you can actually sense a distance of 100 miles? The patriarch was shocked. That's simple. Yi Chen's words made the patriarch speechless. He was a peak soul-severing cultivator, but why did he feel that the gap between him and Yi Chen, a void refinement cultivator, was so huge? He kept shouting in his heart, "Oh God, oh Earth, what kind of strange thing is happening?" After shouting, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was simply too good to know Yi Chen. Good. The patriarch could not help but shout. Huh. Yi Chen and Yi Wushuang turned their heads to look at the patriarch with a strange expression. The patriarch was stunned and immediately thought of the scene they had imagined. Hey, don't make wild guesses. Although the patriarch has some hobbies, I don't need them all the time. I just thought of something that makes me very happy, hee hee. Is that so? Looking at the patriarch's perverted expression, how could the two of them believe him? Let's go. Yi Chen did not give the patriarch a chance to explain and walked forward with Yi Wushuang. Fellow Taoisti, I'm telling you, it's not like that. The patriarch was speechless. The three of them moved forward and soon saw the cultivators of Feng State City. This is already the deeper regions of the Demon Eye Mountain. Everyone be careful. All right. They were also searching for their ultimate prey. Everyone was cautious, but there was a different look in their eyes. Yi Chen could tell what they were thinking at first glance. Although these people are cooperating on the whole, it's only for the sake of fighting against the super strong magical beast. In their hearts, they are all thinking of their own little schemes. They want to monopolize that super strong magical beast's monster core. Yi Chen said, Ha ha ha, Dao Friendly is right. These people are just a motley crew. One look and you can tell what they are thinking. The old ancestor laughed. Yi Wushuang merely followed Yi Chen and said nothing. He only listened to Yi Chen's orders. At this moment, the people in front suddenly stopped in their tracks. There's movement. Suddenly, one of them took out something that looked like a compass and continued to observe it. What is that? The old ancestor was curious. Yi Chen looked over with his amazing eyesight and found that on the compass, there was a needle that was constantly shaking. It was like a compass, but not exactly. This compass should be able to sense the aura of the surrounding magical beasts. It's a magic tool. He closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding aura. Indeed, he sensed a trace of aura. Although it was very faint, it was still there. This showed that the effect of this compass was extremely good. It might even be more sensitive than his Pandora demon energy. It would be good to have such a compass with him. Let's sneak in. All right. The three of them concealed their aura and joined the main group from the back. The main group's attention was on the magical beasts, so naturally, they would not notice their participation. Yi Chen sensed the aura of the people around him. He found that these people had powerful Pandora demon energy on them. It was obvious that they had collected many monster cores. The final hunt would decide the outcome of this hunting meet. Whoever could obtain the ultimate magical beast's monster core would be the final winner. The compass has sensed it. It's just ahead, just ahead. Everyone immediately became nervous. Everyone held their divine weapons as if they were about to fight at any time. Yi Chen and the other two remained calm and followed the crowd. Listen to my instructions later. Don't act rashly. Don't worry. The patriarch and Wushuang nodded. The three of them continued to follow the crowd. Soon, they arrived at a huge valley. The aura here was completely different from the outside world. Although the sky was the sky, there was a feeling of being trapped in an extremely small space. It was a very strange feeling, and Yi Chen felt that it should be due to some kind of reason. We might have entered the magical beast's casting range, but we just didn't sense it. Be careful. All right. Yi Chen reminded the two of them. At this moment, the cultivator holding the compass was covered in cold sweat and seemed to be very panicked. Can you do it? Someone scolded. Humph, why can't I do it? If you can, you do it. Forget it. You do it. It was obvious that not everyone could do the job of holding a compass and scouting ahead. Most people did not even want to do it. Yi Chen relied on his powerful Pandora demon energy to sense the movement around him at the same time. He sensed that the space around him seemed to be very strange, as if it was controlled by some power. It was not good news. It meant that they might have fallen into the magical beast's observation range long ago. The other party was in the dark while they were out in the open. Look, suddenly someone found a trace. The crowd looked ahead and saw a huge pit. In the pit, they saw a terrifying scene. Countless cultivators' skeletons had appeared. Everyone was shocked. Clearly, these people were the people who had come here to explore. Why are there so many people dead? Someone asked in a trembling voice. This is like a meat pit for the magical beast. We have to be careful. Yes, be careful. Why don't we build some formations? If we really encounter danger, we can still have a place to retreat. Well said. Build the formations. Everyone nodded. They did not want to fall into despair when they encountered danger and could not get out of it. They revealed their abilities and set up formations on the ground around them. Yi Chen and the other two were not in a hurry. After all, the main force of the hunt was here. All they needed to do was wait patiently. They're so cautious. What kind of magical beast are they trying to deal with? This was a very crucial piece of information. As long as they figured out the background and ability of the magical beast, it would be much easier. End of this chapter. Chapter 1854. Yi Chen walked to a cultivator and asked with a smile, "Fellow, may I know what demonic beast everyone is looking for?" The man looked at Yi Chen and realized that it was the guy who had caused trouble earlier. "So it's you." The man lowered his guard when he recalled how the city governor had treated Yi Chen earlier. "You probably don't know yet, but we're looking for the ultimate demonic beast of this hunt. Whether the hunt is successful or not depends on who will be the champion. It all depends on who can catch it." "What demonic beast is that?" "It's called the Void Breaker Beast. No one has told me what it looks like." "Why? Don't you understand? That's because those who have seen it are all dead." Yi Chen was speechless. The man gave such an old-fashioned answer. "Void Breaker Beast? Is this demonic beast related to the space rule?" "I'm not sure about that. I only know that's its name. As for its cultivation base and ability, it's hard to say." "Thank you. You're welcome." The man turned around and continued to look forward after saying that, waiting for news from the person holding the compass. Yi Chen returned to the patriarch and told him what he knew. "Yes, I think the demonic beast really controls some kind of space rule and is restricting our movements," the patriarch said. "That's right. I think so too." Yi Chen looked around and closed his eyes to sense. Although his instinct told him that something was wrong, he could not sense the source. This Void Breaker beast might like to hide itself. "Is that so? That's troublesome. Don't worry. Let's wait for news from the person holding the compass." All right. The three of them followed the crowd and continued to observe the movement in front. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the person in front stopped. Yi Chen realized that the compass was shaking and the needle had lost its direction. It kept bumping around. Oh no, there's something wrong with the compass. The Void Breaker beast might be around. The person shouted, "Be on guard." Everyone held onto their weapons, ready to fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in the surrounding space, sweeping up a mana atmosphere causing the visibility of the surrounding space to become very low. Patriarch Wu Shuang, watch out. All right. The three of them were on guard. Yi Chen condensed qi on his sword finger and released a wisp of demonic psyche into the surrounding space. This demonic sense hid within the space and blended in with the environment. Even magical beasts would not be able to detect the difference. As the demonic psyche continued to enter this space, Yi Chen's sensing ability also extended. This was true sensing ability, which was much more reliable than sensing through energy. It was as if he was there. Yi Chen felt that there was definitely some kind of energy hidden in the surrounding space. The controller of this energy was observing them, hiding in the darkest place. Chi. Suddenly there was a strange sound. Ah! A cultivator kept screaming. Everyone looked over and found that there was a black thing on his neck. That thing was constantly moving, trying to enter his neck. Save me! Save, save. That person's body kept spinning, shouting for help. Then that person closed his mouth, and his eyes widened like bronze bells. What happened? What happened to you? Many people asked him, but he didn't say a word. Back off! The man with the compass shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone retreated, but there were also people who could not retreat in time and were hit on the spot. Ah! The screams were endless. Black things kept bursting out from that person's eyes, nose, and ears. When it encountered a stranger, it would stick to them and control their mind. Oh no, it's the demon eye worm. We're surrounded. No one knew who cried out, but it immediately caused everyone's expressions to change. Demon eye worm? Yi Chen was wondering what it was. However, judging from the way these guys attacked, they could quickly control a person's nervous system and then become their puppet. Dong, dong, dong. The person who was infected by the demon eye worm kept walking toward them. Both his eyes were bulging, and his mouth and ears were already rotten, beginning to emit green liquid. Such a terrifying state almost made many people vomit. This is too disgusting. What is this thing? Kill him. Someone could not hold it in any more. He pulled out his sword and slashed forward. Chi! The sword slashed across, and a bloody wound appeared on that person's body. Chi! 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 Following that, the bloody wound continued to split open. Suddenly, black liquid burst out from the wound and sprayed directly on the person who had attacked. Ah! The person cried out in pain. The black liquid kept corroding his skin. Following that, the person's figure began to hunch. His movements were very strange, like a zombie. Don't kill infected people at will. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Yi Chen shouted. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Yi Chen. They all knew that Yi Chen was being courteously received by the city lord, so they all moved toward him. Fellow Yi, what should we do? Yeah, this is the first time we've seen this thing. How should we deal with it? Many people began to ask Yi Chen for a solution. Looking at everyone's eager eyes, Yi Chen sneered in his heart. These people were so useless. Get out of the way, let me see. Yes. The crowd made way for him. Yi Chen walked to the front and faced the infected person. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The person had already fallen into a state of chaos. His entire person became very strange. He began to shout, but his voice was like that of a wild beast or a dead person. It was difficult to distinguish. Whoosh! Yi Chen condensed his sword energy and pointed at the person. Chi! The sword energy pierced through the person's body. Immediately, everyone turned pale with fright. Was this not courting death? Those people retreated, not wanting to be corroded by the black liquid. Ah, nothing happened. Everyone was stunned. Previously, someone had used a sword ray to slash and was corroded by the black liquid. Now, Yi Chen was fine after releasing sword energy. What was the meaning of this? Many people were puzzled and went forward to ask Yi Chen. Fellow Yi, what's going on? Your sword energy didn't trigger the monster's backlash? That's because I saw the infected core of this monster's body. He's already dead. As he spoke, Yi Chun released a slight energy forward. The person fell to the ground with a bang and stopped moving. At the same time, the person's body rapidly corroded, turning into a black, petroleum-like liquid. True Samadhi fire. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun released the true Samadhi fire and destroyed the infected on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. In the flames, the infected source kept shouting, trying to escape, but it was useless. Soon, it was burned to ashes by the true Samadhi fire. Chapter 1855. Yi Chen's swordsmanship shocked everyone, making them feel safe because his swordsmanship could completely eliminate the source of infection. Fellow Yi Chen, you're truly a genius. Yeah, I didn't notice it before. I've heard a lot about you. Fellow Yi Chen can be said to be our leader. Let us follow him. Everyone came to Yi Chen, hoping that he could guide them. Oh, since you all value me so much, it's not impossible for me to guide you. However, I need something. Yi Chen said. What is it? We'll definitely provide it. Someone shouted and the others echoed. Sensing compass. The person holding the compass looked disgusted when he heard that. He did not want to give the treasure to Yi Chen. Can't I? Yi Chen asked. The others looked at each other and then at the person holding the compass. Liu, why aren't you handing over the compass? The compass is my treasure. How can I give it away? In such a dangerous time, only Yi Chen can bring us out of danger. How can you be so selfish? I'm selfish. So what? This treasure is mine. Do I need to give it to you? Li Yu's attitude was unyielding. Everyone looked at him coldly. Yi Chen and the other two stood at the side. The patriarch wanted to attack, but Yi Chen stopped him. We don't need to do anything. He'll give it to us naturally. Oh. The patriarch was a little confused. However, since Yi Chen said it, it must be true. At this moment, a group of cultivators had surrounded Li Yu. Are you going to hand it over or not? A cultivator asked forcefully. I'm not handing it over. Damn it. Suddenly, someone attacked Li Yu. Damn it. Li Yu wanted to draw his sword, but at this moment, someone outside the forest sneaked an attack from behind. Swoosh! Li Yu turned his head to look at the person with a sharp blade. Yu, although he was unwilling, it was useless. The person's blade was poisoned. Soon, Li Yu died from the poison. Got it. A cultivator handed the compass to Yi Chen. All right, since you've handed the compass to me, I'll bring you guys forward. Yi Chen took the compass and walked forward. Master is indeed wise. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist, ye has long since seen through the hearts of these people. Amazing. Wu Shuang, an old ancestor, sighed in admiration. Now that Yi Chen had obtained the compass, coupled with his powerful sensing ability, it was naturally easier for him to deal with the dangers around him. He had resolved many crises, and everyone trusted him even more. Yi Chen proceeded cautiously after reading the directions on the compass. The aura in the surrounding space became abnormally heavy, and everyone felt that it was very difficult to take a step forward. What's going on? Why are my steps so heavy? Someone asked in confusion. Looks like there's something strange about the depths of this secret cave. Yeah, the demon I bugged from before is proof. We might be getting closer and closer to the void-splitting beast. The void-rending beast is the ultimate magical beast of this hunt. It cannot be underestimated. Everyone raised their vigilance and prepared to face the enemy at any time. Yi Chen walked in front. His eyes were releasing a fiery glow as he observed the terrain around him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that in the darkness ahead, the space laws were extremely chaotic, like a dark abyss. Fellow Yi Chen, how is it? A powerhouse stepped forward and asked, Did you see anything in the darkness ahead? Yi Chen asked. No, it's very normal. Is that so? Why don't you go forward and take a look? Ha, fellow Yi, you're too cautious. I'll go. The person sneered and looked at Yi Chen. After all, he was just an outsider with insufficient cultivation base and experience. He had already used his spiritual qi to explore the area ahead. There was no problem at all. The person walked forward and stood in the darkness, waving at everyone. No problem. Ha ha ha, I see. It seems that fellow Yi isn't always accurate. Many times, you still need to listen to the opinions of people from the spirit realm. Ascending from the spirit realm, your foundation is limited and you lack experience. You can't say that it's your fault. Fellow Yi, you'd better keep up. A few more powerhouses followed one after another, looking at Yi Chen with disdain. They had seen Yi Chen use the true Samadhi fire to kill the demon I-Bug earlier and thought that he had some ability. It was just a judgment made in a moment of panic. Now that the danger was over, everyone's opinion of Yi Chen had dropped significantly. This was because the three of them had ascended from the spirit realm and were already discriminated against. Come over, all of you. We're fine. The first powerhouse who walked over shouted at everyone. The Patriarch and Wushuang were about to move forward, but were stopped by Yi Chen. No, the Patriarch and Wushuang were stunned and did not move forward. At this moment, the thick aura in the darkness became more and more obvious. Everyone felt that they could hardly move their feet. What's going on? My feet. The 4 cultivators who entered the darkness were unable to move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, countless insects rushed out from the ground and locked onto everyone's feet. This. Only now did they understand that it was not because Yi Chen was inexperienced, but because they were too confident. Fellow Yi Chen, hurry up and save us. That's right, save us. The 4 of them cried for help. Yi Chen smiled lightly at them and said, Aren't you guys experienced beast hunters? Why are you guys asking an outsider like me for help? Fellow Yi, don't joke around. We were all wrong. Please save us. That's right, our judgment was wrong. Fellow Yi is still the best. Fellow Yi, hurry up and release the true Samadhi fire. Everyone begged Yi Chen one after another. Tears were about to fall. A bunch of idiots. Yi Chen sneered in his heart. People like them would only hold him back and even betray him if they were left alive. I'll save you. He walked forward and released the true Samadhi fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of the flames went straight for the root of the problem, as if they were about to kill the demon insects. However, when the power of the flames corroded them, the eyes of the insects suddenly turned blood red, and they became extremely violent. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Not only were the countless insects not killed, but they also crazily gnawed at everyone's bodies. Ah! Screams rang out continuously. The legs of the powerhouses who entered the darkness turned into dry bones in the blink of an eye, and they fell to the ground one after another. Ah! Everyone trembled and retreated, not daring to move forward. Come and save us, you bunch of bastards. Those people cursed angrily, but no one dared to move forward. Yi Chen, how dare you frame us? Although the 4 cultivators could not move their legs, they glared at Yi Chen. What does this have to do with me? I released the true Samadhi fire to save you, but I failed. Failed! Chapter 1856. Seeing the 4 cultivators turn into bones in front of them, everyone revealed a look of horror. Many powerhouses looked at Yi Chen coldly. These people then gathered together and whispered, This kid is a ruthless character. We have to be on guard against him. Don't act rashly. This person is ruthless and resolute. The true Samadhi fire seemed to have saved the 4 of them. But I think it was the true fire that triggered the earth crawler's killing intent. Right now, he's the only one fighting against the demonic insects. Let's follow him. Don't be rude. The people nodded and dared not mock Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen smirked when he saw the people whispering to each other. They were just a bunch of useless people. Everyone, can we go now? Yi Chen asked. No problem, that's enough. They dared not talk about Yi Chen and the other two anymore. Since the other party no longer spouted nonsense, Yi Chen did not want to cause trouble. After all, if they encountered the so-called ultimate demonic beast, the strength of these people would be indispensable. With the help of the compass, Yi Chen released his Pandora demon ability into the space and searched for the old monster's lair. Boom! All of a sudden, the earth shook and rocks crumbled. A series of rumbling sounds came from within the secret cave. Everyone shuddered and retreated. Yi Chen looked into the depths of the secret cave. Go! After giving the order, Yi Chen and the other two flew forward. This is related to the Hunt's champion. We can't fall behind. That's right, charge! Everyone frantically followed, no longer afraid. Yi Chen and the other two were extremely fast. The people behind them released their psionic powers to increase their speed. In just a short while, everyone had flown 100 miles and arrived at the depths of the secret cave. The mountain rocks here were shattered, a scene of desolation. In the darkness ahead, a huge sinkhole appeared. Yi Chen did not walk over directly. That was a taboo. He released his demonic thoughts, which drifted along with the wind. Hoo! The demonic psyche followed Yi Chen's instructions and floated toward the sinkhole in the land of darkness. Inside the sinkhole, a gust of wind swept through, and demonic energy soared into the sky. The vibrating demonic energy was like a demonic beast that could devour everything. Seeing that Yi Chen did not move, the people behind him urged him. Fellow Yi, why don't you go up and take a look? Fellow Taoist Yi, this is a good opportunity for you to guide everyone. Go forward and take a look. Fellow Yi, we'll be waiting for your performance. Those powerhouses revealed sinister expressions. With the previous lesson, they would not go on their own now. Instead, they hoped that Yi Chen would take the risk. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already released his demonic psyche to investigate the sinkhole. Everyone, why don't you go and take a look yourselves? Yi Chen said. Suddenly, a cultivator's eyes gleamed coldly. He released his spiritual energy and charged at Yi Chen. Fellow Taoist Yi, you killed a few fellow cultivators before, and now you want to do the same thing again? Let's go and take a look. This person's eyes were cold, and his tone was obviously threatening. The old ancestor was furious. He walked forward and stared coldly at that time. Ancestor, don't be angry. Yi Chen stopped the patriarch and went to the sinkhole alone. Fellow Yi? While the patriarch was worried, Yi Wushuang was rather surprised too. Based on Yi Chen's character, how could he risk his life to help these be asterisk stars? I'm fine. Yi Chen nodded at the duo and subsequently walked to the sinkhole. His eyes emitted the light of flames. His golden eyes' flame could cover 1,000 miles with a single glance. This pit was actually bottomless, like an endless abyss. It's actually so deep. Yi Chen was shocked. At the same time, he increased the speed at which his demonic psyche went deeper, but he still did not find any information. Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Chen had a thought. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. Roar! A furious roar shook heaven and earth. A pair of scarlet eyes were looking at everyone. It's in the sky. Yi Chen shouted loudly and quickly retreated. Roar! Following that, a furious roar came again. An incomparably huge, dark, demonic beast appeared on the mountain wall. Its eyes stared at everyone as if it was looking at a mirror. All of you will die. A human's words shocked everyone. It was indeed a great demonic beast at the soul-splitting stage. It's the void-splitting beast. It must be him. Yes, it's him. Catch him. Everyone was terrified, but also excited. As long as they caught the void-splitting beast and seized the demon core, They would definitely be the first in this hunt and obtain the opportunity to participate in the Mighty God Drill. Once they entered the venue of the Mighty God Drill, even if they did not obtain a ranking, they would still be able to obtain a reward. Moreover, it was a reward that independent cultivators like them could not refuse. Kill. Some cultivators could not take it anymore and flew toward the void-splitting beast. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The void-splitting beast let out a sinister laugh that sounded like a human. Then it waved its claws. Chee! With a cutting sound, that person's body was directly cut in half and fell to the ground. What? Everyone was shocked. Although that person's cultivation was not at the peak, he was still at the early stage of the soul-splitting stage. This void-splitting beast was too terrifying. Is this really just a peak stage, soul-splitting stage? Could it be that some powerhouses were already thinking of other answers? If it was really a peak stage soul-splitting stage, that person would definitely not be so easily dismembered because the other party did not use any divine abilities or moves. Peak stage soul-splitting stage? Hee hee hee. The void-splitting beast sneered. What are you laughing at? What cultivation level are you at? Someone questioned. There's no harm in telling you before you die. I am at the conjoint body stage. Conjoint body stage? Everyone's heart was shocked. A great demon at the conjoint body stage was far stronger than a human cultivator at the conjoint body stage. Now, they actually encountered a great demon at the conjoint body stage. This demon is invincible. Let's leave quickly. Some people had already begun to retreat because a group of soul-splitting stage cultivators like them could not fight against a great demon with such a cultivation level. Yi Chen sneered slightly. As expected, they were a group of useless trash. The Patriarch and Yi Wushuang looked at Yi Chen. Since he did not move, the two of them naturally would not act rashly. Hee, you still want to leave? You think too much. Seeing that everyone wanted to escape, the void-splitting beast sneered again and again. Then it waved its claws, and suddenly, endless space was released. The surrounding space rapidly changed, sealing all the escape routes. Rumble. Then the boulder collapsed and trapped everyone in it. Fellow Yi, your martial arts are unparalleled. Why don't you deal with it? That's right, fellow Yi. Our cultivation level is not enough. You do it. We all think highly of you. Those who had looked down on Yi Chen before were now begging him to fight. You guys have sensed it too. I'm just a void refinement cultivator from the spirit realm. How can I fight a great demon at the spirit realm? This. Hearing this, everyone revealed a look of despair. Chapter 1857. These people had mocked Yi Chen for being a spirit rank outsider. Now, with a single sentence from Yi Chen, they had shot themselves in the foot. He could just watch from the sidelines and see how these so-called spirit realm combatants would deal with the void Ripper Beast before them. Everyone, I can't do anything. You're all powerful combatants. The three of us need your protection. Yi Chen and the other two retreated to the side, letting everyone face the void Ripper Beast. This. The spirit realm combatants hesitated. Although they were confident in their strength, they felt very guilty when facing a conjoint body great demon. Although they thought that Yi Chen could not fight the void Ripper Beast, they could still let him test the void Ripper Beast strength and use him as cannon fodder. What kind of person was Yi Chen? He instantly saw through their thoughts and retreated. These people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, headless flies. What should we do? The void Ripper Beast had already sealed off their escape route. They knew that if they could not kill the void Ripper Beast, everyone would become its meal. The human race is rotten indeed. Fighting among themselves. Trash! The void Ripper Beast sneered. Watching its prey fight among themselves, it must be happy. In fact, it did not want to eat them so quickly. It wanted to see what would happen to the human race in the end. After all, conjoint body great demons had complete intelligence. An existence like the Void Ripper beast was naturally the creator of high intelligence. Kill this beast, let's attack together. In the end, those people could not think of a good strategy and could only fight the Void Ripper beast head-on. Kill. A few cultivators took the lead and attacked. All kinds of artifacts and secret techniques were thrown out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in the sky. Its power overflowed and suppressed the Void Ripper beast. Puny tricks, damn it! The Void Ripper beast roared angrily. All the energy in its body exploded. The conjoint body force surrounded its body. Mountains and rivers flowed, and the sun and moon flowed. Boom, boom, boom. It was just an earth-shattering roar. All kinds of artifacts and abilities were destroyed by this roar. Useless. Ah. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What's going on? We attacked together, but this evil creature broke us with just a roar? Isn't it too powerful? Earlier, I've heard from others that demonic beasts are more savage when they have the same cultivation base. But now, this demonic beast's cultivation base is higher than ours. We're like fish on a chopping board. No way are we all going to die here. Everyone trembled, and their hearts were covered by fear as they sank into depravity. Yi Chen could only shake his head as he watched the people before him. A motley crew, a bunch of trash. How can they achieve great things here? These people did not interest Yi Chen at all. Ha ha ha. Let's see how these pieces of trash die in the hands of the void-shattering beasts. The patriarch laughed. Yi Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he said nothing. However, he would not pity these people at all. On the cliff, the void-splitting beast revealed a sinister smile. Looking down at the panicking crowd, he was very satisfied. A bunch of meatballs, die and become my food. The void-splitting beast finally couldn't take it anymore. It flew out, its sharp claws ready to take Chu Feng's life. Whoosh! Ah, no. The Void Breaker beast's sharp claws grabbed one of the cultivators, and it flew up the cliff. Save me, save me, save, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The man could not stop screaming, but the Void Breaker beast's sharp claws merely brushed past him. At that moment, his bones were crushed, and his flesh was a mess. There was no sound left. Ah! Fear appeared on the people's faces. They mumbled, not daring to move forward. What should we do? It's that outsider's fault. Let him take it. That's right, let him take it. The people were terrified. They pushed the blame to Yi Chen, hoping that he would come and die. What? I'll take it? Yi Chen pretended to be scared and refused to move forward. The patriarch and Wushuang did nothing. They were just watching the show. Yi Chen, we'll kill you if you don't come. That's right, kill him. The people had lost their minds. All they wanted was to live. However, how could they survive in such a hopeless situation? They only wanted to use Yi Chen's life to appease the Void Breaker beast. Perhaps the Void Breaker beast would let them go. Void Breaker beast, this man has extraordinary talent. He's your best food. Let us go. That's right. He's a human super genius. His talent is invincible. Your cultivation base will definitely rise after eating him. We'll give Yi Chen to you. Let us go. These shameless people had lost their minds. They wanted to rely on Yi Chen's sacrifice for their own survival. Very good. You've done well. I've been annoyed by this kid for a long time. Besides, his talent is not bad. He'll be a delicious meal. Naturally, the Void Breaker beast was happy to oblige. He knew very well that as long as he killed Yi Chen and the other two, the rest of the people would not be a threat to him. He could eat them slowly. Bring him to me. Yes, yes. The people surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you better cooperate. Otherwise, you'll die here. Come here. Several powerhouses suppressed Yi Chen. One of them took out a Vajra chain and wrapped it around Yi Chen, handing him over to the Void Breaker beast. Yi Qin did not resist throughout the process. He only smirked. Ha ha ha, kid, do you see that? This is the human heart. You humans are the most disgusting. The Void Breaker beast looked at Yi Chen and smirked. That's right. There's nothing I can do. I'm weak. Yi Chen said. Kid, you have some self-awareness. But aren't you afraid? What's the use of being afraid? I'll be brought here anyway. Smart man, I won't let you suffer. Also, I promise you that after you die, I'll kill them all, the Void Breaker beast said quietly. Thank you, my great king. Don't thank me for such a small thing. I can see that your talent is great. It's not impossible for you to enter the body integration stage like me in a short time. It's just that you're unlucky to have met me earlier. I can only let you become my meal. This way, your power will be grafted onto me, and I'll definitely be able to break through a higher limit. It's my honor to help my great king break through your limit and end my life. Kid, you're good with words. I really can't bear to eat you. Hey. It's all right, my great king. Eat as much as you want. You're much stronger than those trash. I'll fulfill your wish. The Void Breaker beast revealed a satisfied smile. It did not think that a kid from the spirit stage would have such awareness and be so cooperative. Naturally, it was overjoyed. Lord Beast, eat it. Yes, Lord Magical Beast. Eat him and let us go. A group of lowly people stepped forward and begged the Void Breaker beast to eat Yi Chen. This way, they would be able to get rid of a huge threat and even please the Void Breaker beast to spare their lives. The Patriarch and Yi Wuxuang glared at those people coldly. Killing intent was circulating within them, and they were brewing. Chapter 1858. All right, I promise you. I'll eat this brat and let you go. The Void Breaker beast said, Thank you, Lord Magical Beast. Everyone bowed, afraid that the Void Breaker beast would change its mind. Brat, farewell. The Void Breaker beast opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Yi Chen. Yes, my king, farewell. What? Just as it opened its mouth, the Void Breaker beast suddenly sensed Yi Chen's intense killing intent. It was the determination to kill. Oh no. A thought flashed through its mind, and it was about to stop. Too late, Magical Beast King. Yi Chen smirked. The immortal-slaying flying dagger was already out of its sheath. Soul-searching hypnosis. Just as the Void Breaker beast was about to turn around and kill Yi Chen suddenly unleashed the soul-searching hypnosis spell. At once, waves of psychic ability surrounded the Void Breaker beast. Its eyes were filled with confusion as it sank into chaos. The Void Breaker beast trembled and slowly sat on the ground. Ha! I'm going to make you lower your guard and fall into my soul-searching hypnosis. Then, what do you have to fear no matter how powerful you are? Yi Chen smirked and attacked with the immortal-slaying flying dagger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every strike was a vital point. In the blink of an eye, the Void Breaker beast's eyes, heart, primordial spirit, and other vital points were severely injured. Roar! Although it was hypnotized and threatened, the Void Breaker beast still roared angrily. However, it was mentally exhausted and could not move. Kill. Yi Chen knew that things would change if he delayed any longer. He unleashed all the power in his body and attacked with one strike. Demonic Psyche Doppelganger, Void Energy, Heaven-destroying Netherworld Saber. Rumble. The immense power carried the combined power of spiritual and demonic energy. It slashed down and pierced through the Void Breaker beast's primordial spirit head. Roar. With a miserable roar, the Void Breaker beast's body trembled. Its scales shattered and its chi and blood flowed in reverse. It died on the spot. Rank 9 Devouring Rune. Yi Chen released the Supreme Grade Devouring Rune. Powerful demonic energy soared into the sky and absorbed the Void Breaker beast's demonic energy. Not only did Yi Chen kill the void-rending beast, but he also devoured its demonic energy. Who exactly was this brat? This child is strange beyond compare, actually possessing such a powerful demonic ability. He is a demonic type hiding by our side. That's right. Now that the void-rending beast has been killed, this brat cannot be allowed to live. Right? This person is extremely unusual, and he'll absolutely be an extraordinary calamity if he's allowed to remain in the radiant dimension. Kill him. Everyone was terrified of Yi Chen's background and the fact that he had killed the Void Breaker Beast. They wanted to strike first and kill Yi Chen. Ancestor Wu Shuang. Yi Chen did not even turn his head as he continued to absorb the powerful Pandora demon energy from the void-splitting beast. So. The sound of the wind could be heard, and the sword qi was circulating. Huang Quan led the way. Wu Shuang opened the door. Qi. Boundless sword qi instantly swept out in all directions, shaking the 9 heavens. Before anyone could react, the shadow behind them had already swept past. Fresh blood gushed into the pillar, and disbelief filled his eyes. To think that the person behind him could have such exquisite coordination and such powerful attainments in swordsmanship. I've tolerated you for a long time. A bunch of good-for-nothings. How dare you plot against fellow Yi? You deserve to die. You dare to be rude to master, kill without mercy. In just a single exchange, 2/3 of the cultivators had already been killed by the ancestor and Wu Shuang's sneak attack. The remaining 1/3 of the combatants pushed aside and faced the ancestor and Wu Shuang. At this moment, the ancestor and Wu Shuang stood in front of Yi Chen, protecting him as he absorbed the Pandora demon energy. Yi Chen's power was monstrous. As he continued to evolve, the Tier 9 Devouring Mageweth had broken through its limit again, becoming a perfected Supreme Devouring Mageweth. This had already surpassed the original limit of the Mageweth. This was the Devouring Mageweth that had evolved by relying on Yi Chen's powerful physical talent and the power of the ancient god body. Roar! However, with a furious roar, Yi Chen's body emitted the powerful might of the Void Breaker Beast. The shadow of the Void Breaker Beast appeared behind Yi Chen. Such a shocking scene completely shocked everyone. How is this possible? He can integrate the power of the Void Breaker Beast and form the Void Breaker Beast apparition. Such an extraordinary person is an evil demon. The remaining combatants were shocked by Yi Chen's actions and state. Many of them could not even move their legs as they retreated while trembling. Ha! Yi Chen turned around while laughing out loud. He did not expect that with the success of the perfected Supreme Devouring Mageweth, he could absorb and use the power of everything now that he had devoured. It was a shocking change. You bunch of trash! His eyes emitted a dark glow as the Void Breaker Beast apparition behind him grew stronger. Roar! The Void Breaker Beast apparition gradually solidified and roared at everyone. Didn't you guys want the Void Breaker Beast to let you go? He told me that he would devour all of you after eating me. Now that I've devoured him, I'll fulfill his last wish. Yi Chen's cold voice was like the murmur of the Grim Reaper. Chilling killing intent filled the entire space. No. Master Yi Chen, we kneel. Don't kill us. We all know that you're extremely talented and you're invincible. We were wrong. Let us go. That's right, Master Yi Chen. You're the city, Lord's guest. We bow down to you. Everyone knelt on the ground. There was no trace of a spirit realm combatant at all. It's too late to say that now. Yi Chen's eyes exploded with a crimson glow. The Void Breaker Beast behind him could not contain its rage. Void Breaker Beast, devour them! Roar! In its rage, the Void Breaker Beast changed the space. Before everyone could move, they had already fallen into the Void Breaker Beast's devouring space. This is the Void Breaker Beast's natural law, the devouring space. It's extremely compatible with my perfected supreme devouring Mageweth. This is a gift from the heavens, but it's also your nightmare. No, no. Hearing Yi Chen's words that sounded like the judgment of the Grim Reaper, everyone fell into extreme fear. Go to hell, Yi Chen ordered, and the Void Breaker Beast's devouring law was activated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the Void Breaker Beast's devouring space, everyone unleashed their abilities, secret techniques, artifacts, and spirit weapons. It's useless. Annihilate them all. Everything was completely annihilated by the devouring law. It was integrated into energy form and absorbed by Yi Chen. Roar! The Void Breaker Beast roared at the sky as if it wanted to devour the heavens. It was 100 times stronger than before. This was due to the power of Yi Chen's perfected supreme devouring Mageweth. Fellow Yi, I'm in awe of your foundation. Master, after you devoured the Void Breaker Beast, your foundation is close to the fusion stage. That's right, but it's mainly because of the Void Breaker Beast's power. The demonic core is here. Patriarch, take it. Chapter 1859. Outside the Demon Eye Mountain. Everyone in the city, Lord's mansion, was waiting. I wonder how the hunt went. I don't think so. The loose cultivators participating in this hunt have average cultivation bases and weak foundations. It will be difficult for them to deal with the ultimate demonic beast. That's right. These wandering cultivators are all good-for-nothings. We've given them all sorts of resources, but there's basically no effect at all. The people of the major families all complained. Only the members of the Bai clan held their breaths in anticipation. They were waiting for Yi Chen. Bai Hua went back and told Bai Lin that Yi Chen was personally received by the city lord. It was evident that his ability was extraordinary. Bai Lin was overjoyed. He thought he would definitely win this time. As time passed, everyone became more and more anxious, because none of them had come out. What's going on? They couldn't have been completely wiped out, right? Someone shouted. Everyone's hearts trembled. If that was really the case, then the resources they had released would all go to waste. Hateful. Those people are all trash. Not a single one came out. We've held this hunt for nothing. The void-splitting beasts might even harass our trade routes. How annoying. Everyone cursed angrily. They were very disappointed with the cultivators gathered this time. Hee. The city, Lord Shangguan Jinyun smirked. He hoped that none of them would come out, especially Yi Chen. Since he could not use him, he would die at the hands of the void-splitting beasts. As for the void-splitting beasts, he would find someone more powerful to deal with them. Everyone, since this bunch of trash hasn't come out, let's go back. Shangguan Jinyun shouted to the crowd. Ha, a bunch of trash. And that Yi Chen is trash too. Shangguan Feng laughed and shouted. After all, he had a grudge with Yi Chen before. This is impossible. Bai Hua said in surprise. Bai Hua, I told you to bring back news, but you actually lied to me? Bai Lin angrily rebuked. Father, it's impossible. Yi Chen will definitely come out. His strength is definitely not a problem. What a joke. Now that the city lord has sent everyone back, what else do you have to say? Bai Hua was speechless. If Yi Chen and the rest really died in the Demon Eye Mountain, his mission would be considered a complete failure. He would be abandoned by his clan. By clan, you're still thinking of rising up? Save it. Find an outsider to participate in the hunt. The city lord just casually asked him to say a few words. Does he really think he's a genius? Go back and wait for death by clan. Many clans that had grudges with the Bai clan stepped forward to ridicule them. The person you found is out? How dare you scold us? Bai Lin counterattacked. You. If you don't come out, you're still a useless family. Even though those people couldn't refute Bai Lin's words, it was the same as what they'd said. If they didn't come out, then it would be impossible for the Bai clan to make a comeback. Sigh. Bai Lin sighed and raised his head to look at the sky. He felt that the Bai clan was finished this time. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of footsteps suddenly appeared in front of them. Shangguan Jinyun's brows twitched. He seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. How is this possible? He turned around to look in the direction of the Demon Eye Mountain and noticed 3 figures walking out. There were only 3 of them. They were Yi Qin, the Patriarch of Hell, and Yi Wushuang. Shangguan Feng was dumbfounded. He initially thought that Yi Chan had died in the Demon Eye Mountain, so he was going to celebrate with some scoundrels. However, he did not expect the 3 of them to come out. Ha, father, look. Bai Lin looked at the mountain pass and was delighted to find that Yi Qin and the other 2 had come out. I didn't expect them to really come out. It's the 3 of them. Ha. He immediately turned around to look at the people from the other clans who had not gone far. How is it? Those trash you found didn't come out. Did you see that? Yi Qin and the other 2 came out. Our Bai clan's foresight isn't something you can compare to. Ha. Bai Lin laughed loudly and mocked the other clans. Those people gritted their teeth after hearing that, but they could not refute because the cultivators the Bai clan had found had come out. Even if they did not kill the ultimate magical beast, they still won. Yi Qin. Shangguan Jinyun walked forward and shouted. City Governor Shangguan. Yi Chan replied with a smile, but there was a hint of coldness in their eyes that was difficult to see. Congratulations. Shangguan Jinyun's expression changed instantly and congratulated Yi Qin. Many thanks. After Yi Qin finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the Bai clan. Bai Hua, I said that the champion will definitely be us, he said. Yes, Brother Yi, I knew you could do it. This time only you came out. We don't need to kill the void-splitting beast. I know it's very difficult, but we have already won. Bai Hua said happily. Ha! Void-splitting beast, a piece of cake. As he spoke, Yi Chan gave the old ancestor a look. The latter instantly threw out a monster core that flickered with a powerful demonic light. It was the monster core of the void-splitting beast. It's the monster core of the void-splitting beast. I know this energy. How is it possible? They actually killed the void-splitting beast. No, look, the power of this monster core is beyond imagination. This void-splitting beast's cultivation base is obviously at the fusion stage. Killing a fusion stage great demon? This is too exaggerated, right? Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Qin and the other 2 with expressions of admiration. The 3 of them had not ascended, and even Yi Chen was only a late void refinement cultivator, but he could actually kill a fusion stage great demon. This achievement was too shocking. Shangguan Jinyun frowned, and his heart was also trembling. He stared at Yi Qin. He knew that the leader of the 3 was Yi Qin. If they really killed a fusion stage great demon, then it must be Yi Chen's credit. This person's cultivation base is only at the late void refinement, but he can actually kill a fusion stage great demon. How did he do it? He was puzzled, but there was no need to think about it now because only Yi Chen and the other 2 walked out. Moreover, they killed the void-splitting beast, so they were the champions. Champions. The people of the Bai clan shouted one after another. It was an uproar. The members of the other clans revealed looks of jealousy. There were clans that were stronger than the Bai clan, but the people they found were all trash. However, the Bai clan actually found a genius that could kill a body integration realm great devil. In comparison, they were too inferior. This is really despicable. How could their Bai clan be so lucky to actually be able to find such a miraculous outsider? Unbelievable. Could this be heaven's will? Many clan leaders shook their heads and blamed the heavens. At this moment, Shangguan Jinyun went forward and gave Yi Qin the champion token. This is the God token. You can participate in the God drill. Thank you. Yi Qin responded coldly and took the God token. Where do you think you're going? Leave the monster core. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice sounded, causing Yi Chen's brows to turn cold. Chapter 1860. Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was Shangguan Feng. The demon core is just proof. Since when do I have to give it to you? Yi Chen asked coldly. Humph. The demonic beast hunt is an event organized by the city governor's mansion. If you want to enter the Mighty Phoenix martial arts competition through us, you have to leave the demon core. Cut the crap. Shangguan Feng's aura was domineering and arrogant. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The saber gleam flashed, and an invisible killing intent penetrated Shangguan Feng's eyes. Shangguan Feng was caught off guard. He only felt a chill in his chest, and his entire body was trembling. He screamed in fear. Feng, what's wrong? Shangguan Jinyan went forward and pressed him down. Killing intent. Where's the killing intent? Shangguan Jinyan was a little puzzled. He did not see any killing intent at all. He only saw that Shangguan Feng was scared out of his wits. Yi Chen smirked slightly. The killing intent he released was from the immortal slaying flying saber, combined with his divine consciousness. It was targeted at Shangguan Feng, and no one else could sense it. Therefore, Shangguan Jinyan did not notice it, while Shangguan Feng was scared out of his wits. Stop! Shangguan Feng did not want to admit defeat and wanted to challenge Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen ignored him and walked toward the Bai clan with Wu Shuang and the patriarch. Forget it, don't make a scene. Shangguan Jinyan looked at Yi Chen. Although he did not sense any killing intent, it was obvious that Yi Chen had secretly done this. However, his son was too disappointing. He was so scared by a little killing intent. He would only embarrass himself if he continued to pursue the matter, so he could only let it go. Brother Bai, let's go. All right. Bai Hua brought Yi Chen, Wu Shuang, and his father back to the Bai clan manor. When they returned to the manor, Bai Lin was overjoyed and gave them a large amount of cultivation resources. This time, Yi Chen finally understood how rich the clans in the spirit realm were. It was just a declining Bai clan, but they could provide such abundant cultivation resources. The resources given last time were already very generous, but this time all Yi Chen saw were supreme-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were more than 10 times better than the best spirit stones from last time. It seemed that although the Bai clan valued him last time, they did not completely trust him. It was different this time. He, Wu Shuang, and the patriarch had won the championship, which was equivalent to making a great contribution to the Bai clan. Naturally, the reward was real. Ha. Fellow Taoist Yi, this spirit realm is great indeed. I'm afraid that you won't be able to obtain these resources in your entire life in the spirit state, the old master said exaggeratedly. Indeed. Each of these spirit stones is equivalent to 10 mines in the spirit realm's demonic disaster area. It's too exaggerated, Yi Chen said. Master, these are suitable for your cultivation, Wu Shuang said. Yi Chen nodded lightly while thinking to himself. During this period of time, especially after absorbing the void-splitting beast, he sensed that something was wrong with his foundation. It was extremely difficult for him to improve it. He knew that this was not a bad thing. This meant that the energy density of his foundation was far higher than that of ordinary people. Naturally, it was difficult to improve it. However, previously he sensed that his foundation was 100 times that of people with the same cultivation base. Now, this number had risen to more than 1,000 times. It was clear that the fusion stage void-splitting beast had greatly improved him. The void-splitting beast itself was a very unusual type of magical beast. Generally speaking, it would not live in the Demon Eye Mountain. However, this time, Yi Chen had caught it and used it as a blood sacrifice for his great perfection devouring Mageweth. Now, Yi Chen had fused his great perfection devouring Mageweth with the void-splitting beast and materialized it. It was even easier to operate. All right, split it into 3 portions, 1 for each person. Yi Chen Killing the void-splitting beast is your credit. 1 portion for Wu Shuang, and I is enough, the old master said. No, entering the spirit realm. The 3 of us must quickly improve at the same time. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with the combatants of this world. This Feng State City is only a small border city. The level of combatants here is obvious. We don't have to deal with them. We have to look far ahead. Well said. The old master nodded and took 1 portion each with Wu Shuang. Yi Chen picked up the last one and went into his room to cultivate. After entering his room, Yi Chen set up a formation to protect himself. He took out the most supreme, grade spirit stone. This spirit stone was equivalent to 15 mines in the demonic disaster area. Logically speaking, his cultivation base could definitely reach great perfection void refinement. However, at this moment, there was a strange feeling in his heart. He thought that he might encounter something strange. Void-splitting beast. A beast's roar could be heard. Roar. The huge shadow of the void-splitting beast appeared behind Yi Chen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Following that, a powerful great perfection Mageweth appeared around the void-splitting beast's body, constantly emitting strange lights. Roar. The void-splitting beast roared and opened its bloody mouth. Immediately, the supreme grade spirit stone began to emit spiritual light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless spiritual energy was swallowed by the void-splitting beast like a whale. When the powerful energy entered his body, Yi Chen's meridians surged like a tide, constantly shaking his body. To ordinary people, such a high-intensity devouring was suicide because such a powerful energy density could completely penetrate the meridians. However, Yi Chen was not afraid. His ancient god body had already trained his meridians like dragon tendons. They were indestructible. Even so, Yi Chen still felt the extreme pain in his body. One could see how powerful the energy density was. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The energy kept surging and flowing, persisting like this for an hour. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Following the sound of cracking, the supreme grade spirit stone shattered and turned into powder. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood up. His eyes were like stars, emitting strange lights. Although I feel full, the capacity of my spiritual power has obviously increased by more than 1 level. Yi Chen was shocked. He felt that his talent seemed to have increased to a new height. Although the progress of his cultivation base was bound to be slow, the increase in power by a small level was something that ordinary cultivators could achieve by advancing many levels. This kind of cultivation was the foundation of invincibility. Ha ha ha, that's great. He was not afraid of the slow progress of his cultivation base. What he was afraid of was an unstable foundation. Now it seemed that his foundation was not unique, but he was definitely a peerless genius. In order to improve his strength as soon as possible and deal with the invincible martial arts, Yi Chen continued to use the void-splitting beast's devouring ability. In one night, he absorbed all the spirit stones. If people knew about this, they would definitely be called a madman. This was because even a super genius in the spiritual realm would need at least a month to completely absorb these spirit stones. However, Yi Chen only used 1 night. For a few days, Yi Chen made various requests. He did not expect the Bai clan to agree to all of them. Yi Chen's foundation and strength had greatly improved. Chapter 1861. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up and felt comfortable. All his acupoints had been opened. He walked out of the house and felt the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It was really sensitive. If this spiritual energy was in the soul stage, it would be a land of heroes. However, it's normal here. Yi Chen took a deep breath and moved his entire body. Sure enough, it was as easy as moving an arm. He flew up the building and looked into the distance. It was a naive scene. Suddenly, a powerful murderous intent came. According to Yi Chen's senses, it came from far away. It was obvious that the person was powerful to be able to reach here. Who is it? Yi Chen released his spiritual energy and reached 10 miles away through voice transmission. You're Yi Chen. Yes, who are you? It's unwise to provoke me deliberately. Unwise? Ha ha ha. The person laughed, not hiding his contempt for Yi Chen at all. I'm Shangguan Jie, Shangguan Feng's second brother. I heard that you bullied my little brother. How can I sit back and watch? Ha! That useless brother, what can he do? You. Shangguan Jie was furious. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant. Very well. Do you dare to come to Fengzhou City's life and death ring? Why not? It's just that killing you won't make the city governor angry, right? You're looking down on me. Yi Chen, I'll definitely take your life. I'll keep you company. The voice transmission stopped and the battle began. In the next 3 days, Yi Chen heard all kinds of discussions on the streets. They said that Shangguan Jie challenged Yi Chen to the life and death ring, and many people wanted to watch. Yi Chen did not expect that no one from the city governor's mansion would come out to stop the commotion. It meant that Shangguan Jie really wanted to kill him. Shangguan Jinyan, I didn't expect you to be such a narrow-minded person. You want to kill me because I don't want to join the city governor's mansion. Very well, I'll sacrifice your son. Since Shangguan Jinyan wanted to make things difficult for him, Yi Chen would not show mercy. 3 days later, Yi Chen went to the life and death ring alone. The life and death ring was under a mountain in Fengzhou City. The surrounding environment was complicated and the terrain was steep. There was a high peak with natural laws. It was a spiritual land and was eventually chosen by Fengzhou City as the life and death ring. Anyone with a grudge could come here to fight, regardless of life or death. Yi Chen personally stepped onto the peak and saw countless cultivators watching from below. I didn't expect Yi Chen to really dare to come. We've struck it rich this time. That's right. What kind of person is Shangguan Jie? He's an almighty at mastery stage divine division. Yi Chen is only at mastery stage void refinement. How can he fight against him? You're courting death. I heard that he agreed to such a thing on the spot. He even humiliated Shangguan Jie. He will die an ugly death this time. Everyone discussed among themselves, thinking that Yi Chen would definitely die. He might even be tortured to death by Shangguan Jie. After all, he had embarrassed Shangguan Feng so much, so Shangguan Jie would not let him go. Soon, the people from Fengzhou City's Orchid Moon Workshop arrived. Even the people from Lanyu Workshop are here. This is going to be fun. That's right. It's mainly because Yi Chen won the big hunting competition. He should be famous now that he's attracted the attention of the Orchid Moon Workshop. We've arrived at the Orchid Moon Workshop. The stakes this time will definitely be huge. Let's place our bets in peace and win everything we have. Yes, yes. Everyone ran to the Orchid Moon Workshop and requested to place their bets. Everyone, you all know the rules of the Orchid Moon Workshop. Once you place your bets, you can't go back on your words. Don't worry, sir. We all understand. I bet that Yi Chen will die a horrible death. Yes, yes. This brat is too arrogant. He deserves to die. Everyone placed their bets one after another. Most of them were betting on Yi Chen's death. The host of the Orchid Moon Workshop was a lady in her 30s. Her name was Lu Rui, and she was the host of the Orchid Moon Workshop. Everyone was very happy that she came personally this time. She was tall and had an extraordinary temperament. Most importantly, her sexy curves and beautiful big eyes were enough to charm countless cultivators. No matter how high the price is, our Orchid Moon Workshop can afford it. Come, come. Ha ha ha. Madame Rui is hosting it personally. We'll naturally do our best to support you. Yes, yes, I'll bet all my treasures. As Lu Rui was the host, everyone's eyes could not leave her body as they placed their bids, one after another. Looking at the complicated scene below, Yi Chen did not care at all. He was waiting for his opponent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. It represented Shangguan Jie's fury. He wanted to punish Yi Qin completely. Ha ha ha, how dare you come? Shangguan Jie laughed out loud. He was very happy because he knew that he would definitely win. He would kill his opponent today and obtain the gambling price. It was killing two birds with one stone. Why not? The brother of a piece of trash is still a piece of trash after all. You be asterisk starred. You're so eloquent and arrogant. I'll make you die a horrible death today. Come on. Yi Qin smirked lightly and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. It's starting. It's starting. That's right. It's really starting. Place your bets, or there won't be any more games. Everyone moved faster, and there was a lot of noise. Lu Rui's business was booming, so she welcomed them with a smile. At that moment, the patriarch and Yi Wushuang walked over. Ha ha ha, what a good deal. Let's play. The patriarch walked forward and took out his divine weapon, Underworld Sword. Patriarch? Yi Wushuang was shocked. He did not expect the patriarch to bet his life divine weapon. What do you think? Who's up there? Do you still need to worry about this deal? The patriarch said with a smile. That's true. Although Yi Wushuang trusted Yi Qin 100%, he did not bet his heavenly emperor sword. Instead, he bet supreme grade spirit stones. It was a huge sum of money, and it shocked everyone present. Who are they betting on? At that moment, the patriarch and Yi Wushuang placed their bets on Yi Qin's position. Huh. Everyone was stunned. These two fools bet on Yi Qin to win. They even bet that Shangguan Jie would die a horrible death. Their actions made countless people look at them strangely. Subsequently, they despised them. They're really here to make their presence known. They're like fools. If they're playing like that, they should take a leave right now. Indeed, everyone despised them and turned their heads to look at the death ring. At that moment, Shangguan Jie was glaring at Yi Qin angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he would not let Yi Qin go. Many people smiled proudly. As long as Yi Qin died, they would profit. After all, to them, Yi Qin would definitely lose. They would not earn much. Yi Qin's death was what they wanted. Kill. Shangguan Jie was furious. He did not care about the environment or the position at all. To him, killing Yi Qin would only take a swing of his sword. Clang! Suddenly, the blade was caught by Yi Qin's fingers. What? Shangguan Jie's sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually extremely exquisite. It contained a secret method unique to soul splitting. It was impossible for a void refinement cultivator to see through it, let alone catch it with one hand. Chapter 1862. How did you do it? Shangguan Jie asked in surprise. I don't even need to explain such a simple thing to you. Shangguan Feng's brother is really a fool. Yi Qin said. Ah. Shangguan Jie roared, furious and ruthless. Kill. Like a beast, Shangguan Jie completely lost his mind and went straight for Yi Qin. Everyone saw that something was wrong and began to discuss. What happened just now? Why did Shangguan Jie feel humiliated? That sword strike just now felt a little strange. You all don't understand. That sword strike just now seemed ordinary, but it actually contained a mysterious method. Only a spirit-severing expert could see the subtlety of it. Everyone turned their heads and found that the patriarch was talking with confidence. TSK, aren't you optimistic about that kid? Are you saying that Yi Qin is an expert who can easily catch such a sword chi? Someone asked. Ha ha ha, that's right. The patriarch didn't deny it and admitted it directly because it was the truth. What else could he say? TSK, don't be deceived by him. The sword strike just now was just a test move by Shangguan Jie. It's not as complicated and mysterious as he said. It's just a coincidence that Yi Qin caught it. That's right. We've already bet on it. Can Yi Qin still win? If that's the case, won't we all go bankrupt? That's right. Is this old man cursing us to go bankrupt? Or is he short-sighted and talking nonsense? Don't worry about him. Let's continue watching. Everyone turned around and looked at the ring again. Sigh, what a motley crew. There are really no experts in the spiritual realm. The patriarch sighed. Patriarch, there's no need to do this. Just watch. Yes. Both of them also looked at the ring. At this moment, Shangguan was like a tiger out of its cage, attacking crazily. Every attack was a fatal move, not to mention a void-training cultivator. Even a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator would find it difficult to resist such a move, because in Feng State City, Shangguan talent was considered one of the best. Why can't I win after so long? However, after a moment of entanglement, Shangguan had already discovered the problem. The opponent did not use his full strength at all, and he only attacked blindly, consuming too much energy. Yi Qin, you're only defending and not attacking. Are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? You think too highly of yourself. Dueling with an idiot like you is just a waste of time. So, I want to find some entertainment for myself. This is just a monkey show. Just a monkey show. As soon as this remark came out, not only Shangguan but the people below were also stunned. Yi Qin dared to look down on Shangguan so much. Not only did he not treat him as his opponent, but he also did not even treat him as a human. What was this? This Yi Qin is really... Damn it, Shangguan is going to explode. It's been a long time ago. Look at his eyes, they're scarlet. Ha ha ha, that's great. Yi Qin's dead for sure this time. We'll be rich. Everyone was happy. After all, they wanted to see Yi Qin provoking Shangguan. This way, they could provoke Shangguan and scare him to death. They wanted to end this farce quickly. Fellow Taoist, Yi seems to be familiarizing yourself with the results of your cultivation during this period of time. You may have used less than 10% of your strength, but Shangguan is a little weak, the ancestor said. Yes, Master didn't use his strength at all. Although this Shangguan is in the late stage of spirit severing, his foundation is not stable. He is not worthy of Master taking him seriously. Wu Shuang said. The two continued to watch. On the platform, Shangguan was completely furious. Yi Qin, I'm going to kill you and tear you into pieces. The long sword in Shangguan hand flickered with cold light. This was a high-grade divine weapon from the spiritual realm. It could double the power of the wielder. Kill! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy soared out of the ninth heaven, shaking the clouds and thunder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of thunder and lightning poured down from the clouds, attacking Yi Qin. Wow! Everyone was shocked. This was the unique secret technique of the city governor's mansion. Divine sword lightning-wielding technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword energy merged with the divine thunder of the ninth heaven, and an endless aura descended. Everyone thought that Yi Qin would die. He he he. At this moment, a soft laugh broke the shock of everyone. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Rui's charming eyes. It was very tempting. Lady Rui, what do you mean? Everyone asked. This divine sword lightning-wielding technique has form but no spirit. Huh. The moment that was said, everyone was shocked. They looked at the divine sword lightning-wielding technique before them. It was already at the point of perfection, but to Lu Rui, it had form but no spirit. Were they seeing things, or was Lu Rui exaggerating? After all, Lu Rui's figure was too explosive. Every move she made those who placed their bets fall for her. No one dared to refute her words. However, most people believed that Yi Qin would definitely die a horrible death. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The power of thunder and the ninth heaven sword Qi descended at the same time. You call this lightning control? What a joke! Yi Qin sneered. Following that, with a wave of his hand, a huge hand seal transformed into the star-plucking hand. The divine thunder of heaven and earth did not escape his palm. Huh! Everyone was shocked on the spot. Such divine might was too illusory. At this moment, Yi Chen clenched his hand. Immediately, the divine thunder of heaven and earth was sucked into his invisible palm. The crowd did not know that the divine thunder and sword chi were all absorbed by Yi Chen's supreme, great perfection devouring Mageweth. Roar! Following that, the void-rending beast roared at the sky, shocking everyone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Everyone felt dizzy. Those who did not have enough foundation fainted. What? Shangguan Jie was terrified. He really saw the huge and terrifying body of the void-rending beast. This is the void-rending beast. That's right. I'll let you see the void-rending beast for the last time before you die. Consider it a little surprise from me. Die. Yi Chen's eyes released endless murderous intent. He did not show any mercy. I'll give you back your own. Heavenly Thunder God Palm, collapsing world thunder strike. Yi Chen activated the power of the ninth heaven sword chi and the divine thunder of heaven and earth that the void-rending beast had absorbed earlier. He turned them into his palm energy and released it forcefully. Rumble. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The raging palm shook heaven and earth, and its power was 100 times stronger than before. Ah! A scream was heard. The divine thunder was extremely powerful, and his body collapsed. Shangguan Jie, who was clamoring in rage earlier, was now just a pile of mud. His flesh was a mess, and his bones were broken. Ah! Such a violent killing move made countless cultivators widen their eyes, almost fainting from fear. This. Shangguan Jie. The Shangguan Jie who clamored to tear Yi Chen into pieces was torn into pieces by his own power. It's too terrifying a ghost. Many people could not bear such psychological pressure, so they fled one after another. Ha ha ha! Mad laughter came from the fighting ring. Yi Chen's divine might was unparalleled, and his aura shook the world. Chapter 1863. Yi Chen killed Shangguan Jie in a domineering manner, shocking everyone present. How is this possible? Someone became absent-minded. He had bet everything he had, but now he actually lost. What should he do? He slowly took a few steps back and then sat on the ground, his heart like dead water. Although many people didn't bet all their wealth, they were still incomparably shocked. They looked at the only person standing on the battle platform. He was like a ghost descending from the heavens, extremely terrifying. He killed Shangguan Jie. Shangguan Jie is the second son of the city Lord Mansion. This kid is really ruthless. He's too daring. Last time, he intimidated Shangguan Feng, and this time he killed Shangguan Jie. Is he really not afraid of offending the city lord? His strength is too terrifying. Shangguan Jie, a master at the spirit severing stage, was instantly killed. This kid is really strange. Everyone did not dare to look at Yi Chen. A void refinement cultivator had easily killed a soul-splitting stage expert. Moreover, he was an outsider from the spirit rank. This kind of thing had probably never happened in the history of the spirit realm. Who would not be shocked when it happened before their eyes today? Yes, yes. Lu Rui nodded slightly as her lips moved. She looked at Yi Chen in the ring with admiration. A genius indeed. She couldn't help muttering to herself. At that moment, Yi Chen flew down from the ring. No one dared to stop him, so they made way for him. The battle has ended. Does the Orchid Moon Workshop approve of it? Yi Chen came to the Lanyu workshop and asked Lu Rui. Ha ha ha. Young master, you must be joking. The people of Lanyu workshop are only doing business. How can we judge such things? However, Shangguan Jie brought this upon himself, so he can't blame anyone else, said Lu Rui with a smile. Thank you, madam. Yi Chen cupped his hands and bowed. During this period of time, he had been walking around Feng State City and had often heard of the Lanyu workshop's name. It was a powerful force in Feng State City. Now that he had killed Shangguan Jie, He must have fallen out with the city governor's mansion. In that case, the Lanua workshop had become a key force. With their support, things would be much easier. Patriarch, how much did you win? Ha ha ha! Fellow Yi, this old man has staked everything he has this time, using the underworld's sword as the wager. Do you still need to say more about the harvest? Amazing, amazing! Yi Chen and the other two were about to leave with the treasures. Young master, at that moment, Lu Rui stopped Yi Chen. Madam, is there anything else? May I have a word with you, young master? Forefather, wait here for a moment. All right. The patriarch gave Yi Chen a strange look as if he was hinting at something. Pooh! Yi Chen almost vomited. Had his taste become the same as the patriarch's? He came in front of Lu Rui and was brought to the riverside. Young master, what do you think of Lanyu Workshop? The Lanyu Workshop is a big force in Feng State City, and its business is very big. I heard that it even went out of Feng State City and entered the spiritual world. Of course, I'm an outsider, so I don't know much. Young master is indeed interested. The Orchid Moon Workshop is a place to do business. I can see that young master has an extraordinary foundation and is powerful, but your cultivation is not very high. This is the talent that the Orchid Moon Workshop needs. I want to recommend young master to the Orchid Moon Workshop's guest residence. What do you think? A guest elder's residence? That's right. Once you enter the guest residence, you will be a member of the Orchid Moon Workshop. You will be protected by the Orchid Moon Workshop. Usually there won't be any problems, but when it comes to a big bet, I hope that you will lend us a hand. I see. Yi Chen understood as soon as he heard that. It was the Orchid Moon Workshop's thugs. How's the reward? Haha. Young master should have heard that the Orchid Moon Workshop is the most rewarding place in Feng State City. I'll need to think about this. There's no need to think about it. Young master is a smart man. You killed Shangguanjie. Do you think you still have the capital to stand in Feng State City? You mean the city governor's mansion will deal with me? That's obvious. The city governor is in charge of the affairs of Feng State City, but he also listens to the big cities in the spiritual world. The Orchid Moon Workshop has dealings with those big cities. If young master is really punished by the city governor's mansion, will be your best protection. Yi Chen pretended to think carefully and nodded slightly. All right, I promise you. That's great. With young master's help, the Orchid Moon Workshop will definitely prosper and change with each passing day. Lu Rui looked at Yi Chen with a smile. There was a hint of charm in her eyes. Yi Chen's martial will was extremely strong, so naturally he was not affected. This is the Orchid Moon token. With this token, young master will be protected by the Orchid Moon Workshop. There will be no problem. Thank you, madam. Yi Chen was overjoyed that he had succeeded. After saying that, he bid farewell to Lu Rui and returned to the Bai clan with the patriarch and the other two. The city governor's mansion. Oh no, oh no. An imperial guard ran into the mansion in a frenzy. What are you shouting for? What's wrong? Shangguan Jinyun scolded angrily. City governor. The imperial guard fell to the ground, crying bitterly. What happened? Shangguan Jinyun was puzzled. Second young master, he. How's Jer? Second young master had a life and death duel today. He died in the ring of life and death. What? Shangguan Jinyun's eyes widened like bronze bells. His killing intent soared. The imperial guard fell to the ground, not daring to move at all. Otherwise he would die without a burial. Who killed him? Shangguan Jinyun roared loudly. Yi Chen, it's that brat Yi Chen. Damn it. Spiritual energy erupted from Shangguan Jinyun's body and soared into the sky. A loud boom resounded for hundreds of miles. In the Bai clan, Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath when he suddenly felt an intense shock. Shangguan Jinyun, was it you? Hearing the furious voice, Yi Qin naturally thought of him. Yi Qin, I'll kill you. The voice transmission shook the entire city. Everyone immediately learned of the shocking news that Yi Qin had torn Shangguan Jie into pieces. When the news spread, countless cultivators looked at Yi Qin in a different light. This person dared to provoke the emperor. It was truly shocking. However, at the same time, everyone thought that Yi Qin would not live for more than 3 days. He would definitely die in the hands of the city governor. In the Bai clan's main hall. What was that sound? Bai Lin asked. Patriarch, it's bad. That was city governor Shangguan Jinyun's voice transmission. We heard it clearly. He wants to kill Yi Qin. We can't keep him here. What? Bai Lin turned pale with fright and almost fell to the ground. Originally, they relied on Yi Qin to win the grand hunting competition and were about to enter the invincible martial arts competition. However, something like this happened. What should they do? Sigh. Does the heavens want my Bai clan to die? Bai Lin knelt on the ground and almost fainted. Patriarch, patriarch. Everyone woke Bai Lin up. At this moment, Bai Hua also came. Father, Bai Hua, what's going on? Yi Qin killed Shangguan Jie. End of this chapter. Chapter 1864. Yi Qin killed Shangguan Jie? Why? Bai Lin was about to cry. He was going to miss such a good opportunity to bring glory to the family. Sigh, father. Shangguan Jie provoked Yi Qin for his younger brother, Shangguan Feng. He wanted to kill Yi Qin because he was a spirit-severing expert and agreed to fight to the death. He didn't expect Yi Qin to kill him and tear him into pieces. Tear him into pieces? This. Bai Lin kept shaking his head. He knew that the grudge between Yi Qin and the city governor was huge. He could no longer let Yi Qin stay in the Bai family. Otherwise, disaster would befall him. Get Yi Qin to leave the Bai family immediately. Father, that's not good. After all, the two of them agreed to fight to the death. Even if he's killed, it's within the rules. Will the city governor really blame Yi Qin? You're really muddle-headed. Don't you know who the city governor is? He's someone you can't afford to offend. Moreover, this person is narrow-minded and won't tolerate Yi Qin. The so-called invincible martial arts is completely ruined. If we don't chase Yi Qin away, we'll be buried with him. This. Bai Hua's heart trembled. He knew that for his father to be so worried, it must be true. All right, I'll get Yi Qin to leave. With that, Bai Hua left the hall. Sigh, what a sin. How could such a thing happen? This Yi Qin is too arrogant. Master, since things have come to this, it's more important for us to stay alive. Yes, make the arrangements immediately. We must get that brat to leave the Bai family. Yes. The patriarch left quickly to prepare. Bai Hua walked on the road, feeling conflicted. It was not easy to find a helper like Yi Qin. He could use spirit stones to exchange for the rise of the Bai family. It was such a good deal, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. If I were the master, I'd definitely make Yi Qin stay and gamble. He shouted in his heart. However, Bai Lin was still the master, so he had no choice but to follow the master's orders. Thud, thud, thud. He quickly arrived at Yi Qin's residence. Brother Yi, Brother Bai, this way, please. Yi Qin came out to greet him. During his time in the Bai clan, Bai Hua had treated him well. He had agreed to all his conditions and even prepared many small surprises, which made Yi Qin very comfortable. Brother Bai, you look travel-worn. What's the matter? Brother Yi, something big has happened. Haha, what is it? In reality, Yi Qin knew what was going on. However, to him it was not a big deal. It was too common. Brother Yi, the whole city knows that you killed Shangguan Jie. Now the city lord mansion wants to get rid of you. You'd better leave quickly. Leave? Ha ha ha. Brother Bai, you're underestimating me. The city lord's mansion is nothing in my eyes. I'll take care of this. You don't need to worry. Brother Yi, you've caused such a huge disaster, yet you act as if nothing happened. Your boldness is truly astonishing. However, the city lord has displayed his might and transmitted his voice over 1,000 li. He wants to kill you. Did you not hear him? With your cultivation, even ordinary people can hear me. How can I not hear you? Then why don't you leave quickly? Ha! I haven't fulfilled my promise to Brother Bai. How can I leave? Thank you, Brother Yi. Bai Hua stood up and bowed in greeting. Brother Bai, why are you doing this? Brother Yi, I'm really grateful that you still remember what you promised me before such a crisis. Sai, you've misunderstood me. I've said it before. The City Lord Mansion is nothing to me. Seeing that Yi Chen was so determined, Bai Hua did not want to dwell on this issue anymore. He came here this time to get Yi Chen to leave the Bai clan. He stood up and paced back and forth. Obviously, he had not made up his mind. Brother Bai, you still have something on your mind, Yi Chen said with a smile. I won't hide it from Brother Yi. The Patriarch wants you to leave the Bai clan immediately. Oh, Yi Chen smiled lightly and proceeded to ask why. Is there a need to say more? Brother Yi, the Patriarch is afraid that you'll implicate the Bai clan, now that the City Lord Mansion has issued the order to kill you. If you don't leave the Bai clan, we'll all die without a burial place. You're powerful in martial arts, and you're not afraid of anything, but our Bai clan can't. We're all ordinary people. How can we not be afraid? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen stood up and laughed maniacally. Isn't the Bai clan too afraid of trouble? I, Yi Chen, did my best to help you in the championship. But you actually want me to leave. Who's being rude? As soon as this was said, Bai Hua was shocked and speechless. However, he did not dare to disobey the Patriarch's order. Brother Yi, our Bai clan doesn't need you to fight for the championship. You should leave. I, Yi Chen, will definitely do what I promised. How can I leave if I can't do it? I'll handle the matter of the City Lord Mansion. Don't say any more and leave. Me. Bai Hua looked at Yi Chen's cold eyes and felt fear in his heart. He could only leave. All of this was seen by the Bai clan's patriarch, and he left in a hurry. Yi Chen had long sensed the patriarch's presence, but he did not take it seriously. When he returned to the house, the patriarch welcomed him. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi is indeed powerful. I think Bai Hua won't dare to come again. Let's just cultivate in peace. That's right. In order to enter the higher level of the capital, we must raise our cultivation base. The three of them nodded and entered the house to cultivate. The Bai clan's patriarch quickly returned to Bai Lin's residence and explained the matter. How dare you, Yi Chen? How dare you refuse to leave? Bai Lin's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Since he's heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. Inform the City Lord Mansion immediately. Yes, sir. The Bai clan's patriarch received the order and quickly rushed toward the City Lord Mansion. After an hour, the patriarch arrived at the City Lord Mansion's door. Who is it? The Imperial Guard stepped forward. I'm the Bai clan's patriarch. I have something important to report to the City Lord. Wait. This lowly one obeys. The patriarch stood on the spot and waited for the report. After a while, the Imperial Guard came out and let him in. Kill. After entering, 2 Imperial Guards immediately placed their sabers on the patriarch's neck. The Bai clan colluded with Yi Chen to kill second young master. They should be killed. Oh, it's not like that. I'm the Bai clan's patriarch. I'm here to report Yi Chen and cooperate with the city lord to kill this person. Oh, at this moment, a person walked out of the main hall. It was Shangguan Jinyan. Is what you said true? This is the patriarch's personal letter. Please take a look, City Lord. Shangguan Jinyan took the letter and opened it. A sinister smile instantly appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, the heavens really want to kill Yi Chen. Subsequently, he condensed energy with his sword fingers and wrote a secret letter for the patriarch to bring back to the City Lord Mansion. Mobilize the troops immediately and prepare to kill Yi Chen. Yes. The Imperial Guard commander received the order and acted swiftly. Shangguan Jinyin waved his hand and released spiritual energy, floating toward an unknown place. Yi Qin, you won't be able to escape this time. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. End of this chapter. Chapter 1865. In the Bai clan, Yi Qin cultivated his heart cultivation method, circulated his origin power, and absorbed spirit stones. His foundation was constantly improving, but he also discovered that all this energy was being absorbed by the void-splitting beast. Although his foundation was also improving, it was extremely difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough. So. At that moment, Yi Qin keenly sensed that there was an imposing wind moving rapidly in the surrounding space. This was not a normal phenomenon. He activated his golden pupil flame to check the surroundings. He discovered that the ripples of the breeze were obviously caused by the human figure. Not good. He got up and rushed out of the room. So. Suddenly, the sound of killing wind came from all directions. Ordinary people would not be able to react at all. However, with his powerful sensing ability and golden pupil fiery eyes, Yi Qin immediately locked onto the source of the killing intent. He used the 9 heavens treading you footwork. His figure was ethereal and boundless. The flying needles flew past his body, past his ears, but were unable to touch his body. Seeing this scene, the people who shot out the hidden weapons were all fearful. Kill! However, they were all assassins who had received orders. They did not care about their lives anymore. They flew out and went after Yi Qin. Trash! Yi Qin was enraged. He turned around and countless saber gleams shot out like a spiral. Chi! The power of the saber light instantly locked onto several people. Blood splattered everywhere as their bodies fell to the ground. The 3 assassins died on the spot. The sound of the battle alerted Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell. The duo rushed out of the house and saw a group of people surrounding Yi Qin. Go! As soon as the Patriarch spoke, Yi Wushuang's sword Qi arrived first, even though it was launched later. The Heavenly Darch sword Qi instantly killed one of them. What is going on? The old ancestor asked in shock. It must be related to us not leaving, Yi Qin said. This Bai clan is so ruthless to actually dare touch us. I think the Bai clan doesn't have the guts, nor does they have the ability. This is the city governor's estate. Shangguan Jinyin, that old bastard. The old ancestor gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Shangguan Jinyin apart. If you want to take our lives, then you must have the ability to do so. Kill! Yi Qin shouted to kill. Wushuang and the old ancestor moved at the same time. Sword Qi filled the sky, and the killing light was endless. Qi! Countless assassins died in the hands of the 3 of them. Finally, the 3 of them rushed out of the house. Who dares to assassinate us? Yi Qin asked furiously. Ha! At this moment, maniacal laughter could be heard. Then, Shangguan Jinyin personally appeared. Yi Qin, you humiliated my Feng, and killed my Jia, Today, all of you will die here. On the tall building, Shangguan Jinyin glared at Yi Qin furiously. City Lord, Shangguan Feng, and Shangguan Jia were humiliated and killed because they angered me. How can you not see the big picture? Shangguan Jia made a life and death agreement with me. His death is entirely his own fault. What does it have to do with me? You. Shangguan Jinyin was infuriated. He knew that this was a sure-kill situation. Who cared what the other side thought? He just had to kill. Attack! Kill without mercy. Yes. Countless assassins charged at Yi Qin at lightning speed. They were going to swarm him with numbers. Good timing. Since you're here to die, I don't mind. You'll be my stepping stones for cultivation. Yi Qin had long wanted to digest the energy he had absorbed from the spirit stones through actual combat. He did not expect that someone would come knocking on his door. Ninth Avenue steps. Yi Qin unleashed his movement technique. Instantly, his figure turned illusory like light and shadow. Although the assassins were skilled and had sharp eyes, they seemed to be overwhelmed by Yi Chen's ethereal steps. This man is strange. Find his real body. All right. Several assassins released energy, threads into the space. They wanted to ambush Yi Chen and find his real body. Spiderweb formation. 6 assassins released spiritual threads at the same time. They turned into a spiderweb and fell from the sky. No one could escape the range of the formation. The space around Yi Chen spun rapidly. The 6 were dizzy. Their killer instinct could not find Yi Chen's position. Netherworld, finger of destruction. Yi Chen's figure turned illusory. While the assassins were stunned, Yi Chen released the netherworld, finger of destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The finger force was exquisite. It instantly passed through the spiderweb formation and found his attack position through the cracks. These finger forces contained Yi Chen's divine consciousness. Qi, qi, qi. The finger force was extremely sharp, like a steel needle. It instantly pierced into the assassin's acupuncture points. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The assassins felt their bones shatter on the spot. Their acupuncture points were broken, and they knelt on the ground. What? Shangguan Jinyan was shocked to see this. These assassins were the backbone of the city governor's mansion that he had nurtured. It was too exaggerated that Yi Chen had subdued them instantly. What kind of power did Yi Chen use for such a technique? Shangguan Jinyan was still wondering about Yi Chen's transformation technique. The assassin group that he had nurtured was completely annihilated. Thud, thud, thud. The assassins fell to the ground one after another. There was a bloody mark on their throats. It was caused by Yi Chen's netherworld, finger of destruction. Shangguan Jinyan, it's your turn. Yi Chen said angrily to the city governor of Fengzhou City. Ha ha ha. You're too naive to think that you can defeat me. Do you really think that I don't have a backup plan? Yi Chen locked his cold eyes on Shangguan Jinyan, thinking about what this person would do next. At this moment, the sky was filled with black crows, chirping. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a person standing on the flock of black crows. His entire body was black, as if he was one with the flock of black crows. Ordinary people would not even be able to sense his existence, but Yi Chen could see him clearly. This person's cultivation base was extraordinary. He was a mid-stage divine splitting cultivator. He rode the flock of black ducks and descended from the sky. City governor, is it this person? The person asked the city governor. It's this person. Kill him. Yes. The person riding the black crows locked onto Yi Chen. Subsequently, countless black crows attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, be careful. The black crow feathers are poisonous. The Patriarch of Hell had a deep understanding of poisons. He realized this the moment he saw the black crows. Ha ha ha, poison? Yi Chen smirked. Poison was the last thing he was afraid of. Unparalleled ancient god. Yi Chen activated the ancient god power in his body. The Gu god's golden barrier appeared around him. Kill. Yi Chen supported himself with the ancient god's golden barrier and attacked the person riding the black crows. Crow soul worship. The person announced his name and then waved the magic tool in his hand. Countless black crows moved according to the movement of his arm. It was extremely precise. Crow soul sacrifice, kill. The crow soul released all of its black crow power. It was not afraid of sacrificing itself. It wanted to rely on the advantage of numbers to infect Yi Chen. How stupid! Yi Chen smirked when he saw the opponent's action. The ancient god's golden barrier became even more scorching. Ah! He roared, and the ancient god power in his body rushed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everywhere the black crows passed, there was poisonous fog. Wherever the black crows gnawed, the poison would immediately penetrate. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the city, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the city's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1866. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Crow's soul revealed a sinister smile as he watched the crows continue to release their poison, paralyzing Yi Chen's body. This person is too stupid. He didn't even try to dodge. In this way, the black crow's poison will invade his meridians in an instant. This neurotoxin will quickly paralyze this kid and turn him into a fish on a chopping board, said Crow Soul. Ha ha ha, Mr. Crow Soul. You live up to your name. It's the right choice to hire you to deal with Yi Chin. Shangguan Jinyan said with a smile. Don't worry, City Lord. Crow Soul will make sure that Yi Chin dies together with the second young master. Then it's all up to you, Mr. Crow Soul. Shangguan Jinyan stood aside, waiting for Yi Chen's death. By then, he would definitely go up and make Yi Chen wish he was dead. The poison continued to corrode Yi Chen's body, but he showed no signs of being poisoned. Instead, he was moving forward fearlessly. Crow Soul was shocked. He had fought many opponents before, and they all avoided the flock of black ducks. But the person in front of him was the complete opposite, and the flock of black ducks could not do anything to him. This was too unreal. Similarly, Shangguan Jinyan could not hold it in anymore as the Crow Soul's poison did not take effect. Mr. Crow Soul, is he not poisoned? City Lord, he's poisoned, but he doesn't seem to be affected by the poison at all. Instead, he's getting stronger. This man has a special cultivation method. My poison doesn't seem to have any effect on him. This is strange. What should we do? Shangguan Jinyan was furious. He wanted to scold Crow Soul, but he was the one who killed Yi Chin. It would be difficult to resolve the situation if he was offended. He could only hold it in. Don't worry, City Lord. Since I'm here, I'll take Yi Chen's life. Go. He waved his sleeves, and in an instant, a boundless black screen covered the sky. Then, within the black screen, various figures appeared, as if they were all dark assassins. Unrepentant, Yi Chin sneered and attacked with his palm. Void Shock Azura Massacre. The palm energy swept across the place and turned into Azura/shadows. Boom, boom, boom. An incomparably huge Azura shadow appeared behind Yi Chin. The Azura palm print suddenly landed. Countless dark shadows lost all signs of life under this huge palm and were crushed on the spot. Destroyed. Crow Soul was shocked. Each of the dark assassins that he had released had his divine telekinesis attached to them, but he could not sense the path of Yi Chen's palm attack at all. It was as if Yi Chen was descending from the sky, but it was also as if he was attacking from all directions. Since he could not figure out the source of the palm energy, he naturally could not defend himself, and the dark assassins were all annihilated. Dance of Crows! His heart was filled with anger and killing intent as he released his strongest killing formation, the flurry of dancing crows. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless dark crows did not care about their own lives at all. They kept charging at Yi Chen with their bodies. Fellow Yi, be careful. The patriarch was shocked. These dark crows had an explosive force in their bodies. They wanted to perish together with Yi Chen. This was the Crow Soul's command. These dark crows were already under its control. The gates of the Yellow Springs open, and the paths of hell open. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you won't be able to escape. The Crow Soul laughed wildly and began to trigger the explosive force within the group of crows. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Anger rose in his heart, and he became bold. Unparalleled ancient god. Devour demonic ability. The most violent anger turned into the most shocking action. The ancient god power in Yi Chen's body merged with the demonic ability, and a gigantic demon god shadow appeared behind him. Are you trying to kill me? Come on, I'll let you do it. Dark, demonic ability burst out from his body, and the supreme demonic patterns kept releasing dark light. Subsequently, Yi Chen's body evolved into a dark space, and countless dark crows were devoured by the dark space. What? Everyone was shocked. Shangguan Jinyan and the Crow Soul were dumbfounded. Even the Patriarch and Yi Wushuang were speechless. What did this mean? It was equivalent to devouring a bomb. Ha ha ha! It's my first time seeing such an arrogant person. It's my first time seeing such an idiot. Looking at Yi Chen devouring countless dark crow's energy, the Crow Soul's face revealed an extremely excited and twisted expression. It could completely feel Yi Chen's contempt and disregard for it. Yi Chen, do you know what's the equivalent of absorbing all of my dark crow's energy? The Crow Soul asked. Equivalent to what? It's equivalent to a perfect soul-splitting stage, Cultivator injecting endless true energy into your meridians, causing you to fall into an endless cycle of life and death, falling into an endless hell. The Crow Soul's body revealed a powerful dark force. He was the synonym of darkness, the king of dark assassins. Why is he still fine? Shangguan Jinyan asked anxiously. Shut up. The Crow Soul turned around and glared at Shangguan Jinyan coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes almost paralyzed the latter. Although Shangguan Jinyan was a soul-splitting stage cultivator, he was nothing in front of Black Crow. One glare was enough to make him fall. He took a step back and dared not speak anymore. He'll definitely die. You don't have to doubt that, Shangguan Jinyan. At that moment, Black Crow had gone crazy because Yi Chen ignored him and looked down on him. It was something that he had never enjoyed before. It made him fall into a paranoid frenzy. Yi Chen, how do you feel? I don't feel anything, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Really? Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Black Crow's mouth. Subsequently, he released his blood and chanted a secret spell. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Black Crow's blood triggered an explosive force. Countless Black Crow souls were rampaging in Yi Chen's meridians. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chen's body began to explode. The Black Crow energy exploded like a small bomb. It was the cruelest explosion. Ha ha ha. Enjoy the joy of the explosion. Yi Chen, you're dead meat. Really? Countless explosions caused the space to tremble. At the same time, dust blocked everyone's sight. No one could see what happened to Yi Chen. Black Crow frowned as he spoke in disdain. You're not dead? He looked at Yi Chen's direction with bloodshot eyes. Black Crow, you're a piece of trash. Your Black Crow killing formation is also a piece of trash ability. I'll let you explode. Yi Chen suddenly opened his arms, and the surrounding space became clear. Yi Chen's body was exploding, and his meridians were even twisting and deforming. However, his body did not explode. There was not even a trace of being torn. This is impossible. Black Crow screamed in a frenzy. His assassination technique was invincible. How could he not kill Yi Chen? Roar! At that moment, the majestic shadow of the ancient god of darkness reappeared behind Yi Chen. Its eyes were like black holes, causing everyone to fall into an illusion. This. Chapter 1867. What's going on? What's going on? Shangguan Jinyan could not stop screaming. Crow Soul's killer move had failed and was even absorbed by Yi Chen. If this went on, things would become extremely difficult. Crow Soul, what other moves do you have? Show them now. Yi Chen was high above like a king, dominating everything. Damn it! Crow Soul's eyes were about to pop out, and his face was extremely horrified. His killer move was useless. Looking at Yi Chen now, it was like looking at an ancient giant that could not fight back at all. Kill! However, the killer's instinct made Crow Soul go all out and charged at Yi Chen. What a fool! Then, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Chen waved his arm, and the ancient god behind him stretched out his hand. The devouring Mageweth kept bursting with power, and a dark whirlpool appeared. Mageweth devour, shatter. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The whirlpool kept spinning. The force of the whirlpool twisted heaven and earth, shaking the world and killing Crow Soul instantly. Ah! With a shriek, Crow Soul's body was completely absorbed by the ancient god whirlpool and shattered. Shangguan Jinyan, I didn't look for you, but you came to me. Yi Qin turned around and looked at Shangguan Jinyan while the latter retreated while trembling. Go, go, kill him! He shouted at the guards around him. However, those guards were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to fight the ancient god? Moreover, the ancient god was surrounded by the Mageweth and was in a violent state. Once they provoked it, would they not be digging their own graves? Let's go, we're dead. Everyone abandoned their armors and fled. You're the only one left now. Yi Qin, I did this for Shangguan Jia. I was foolish. Please let me go. Shangguan Jinyan knelt on the ground and begged Yi Qin. Oh, for your son, it's understandable. That's right, that's right. I did it for his unfilial son. I regret it now. That bastard was ignorant and even bullied others. It's great that he's dead now. He deserves to die. Since you miss your son so much and want to teach him a lesson, I'll give you this chance. What do you mean? You'll let me go? I'll send you to see your son and fulfill your father-son bond. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. At that moment, the ancient god specter waved its gigantic palm and grabbed Shangguan Jinyan. Kill! With a roar, the ancient god clenched his fist. Although Shangguan Jinyan wanted to resist, it was all futile. His body exploded on the spot. Following the death of Shangguan Jinyan, the assassins all fled, leaving only a river of blood at the scene. Bai Lin! Yi Chen's shout shook the entire Bai clan. On a tall building in the distance, Bai Lin, who had witnessed the scene, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He fell to the ground, his face pale. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the giant's footsteps could be heard from outside. The earth shook and the buildings were about to collapse. At this moment, a giant hand reached out and grabbed Bai Lin. Boom! The entire building collapsed. Bai Lin, how dare you collude with Shangguan Jinyan to frame me? Brother Yi, what are you talking about? How could I collude with Shangguan Jinyan? You must be mistaken. Still trying to argue? I'm not arguing. He came in on his own. I didn't collude with him. Be asterisk starred, although this Bai clan is a declining clan, they still have their own defense. How could he enter without a sound? If you didn't let him in, then what? This. Bai Lin was speechless. Obviously, he was the one who colluded with the city governor's mansion to harm Yi Qin. Die! Brother Yi, have mercy! At this moment, a person ran out and knelt on the ground. It was Bai Hua. Bai Hua, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, immediately. Brother Yi, father was confused for a moment, which led to this result. Please forgive him for the sake of our clan's support for your cultivation. The matter of cultivation is also because the three of us helped your Bai clan win the championship and join the mighty god martial arts competition to bring glory to your clan. Now, you actually want to harm us. You're worse than a beast. Kill without mercy. The ancient god behind, Yi Chun, roared and threw him into the sky. Bai Lin's body instantly lost its center of gravity and fell freely. Kill. Then the ancient god put his palms together. Instantly, Bai Lin turned into a pool of blood and dissipated in the air. Father, Bai Hua knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Bai Hua, you're on your own. After saying that, Yi Chun returned to his residence. The Bai clan had lost its patriarch. This was a very important matter. Bai Hua wiped away his tears, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When he returned to his residence, the patriarch and Wu Shuang came out to welcome him. Fellow Yi, how is it? Everything has been resolved. Should we leave this place? The city governor is dead. There's no one targeting us in Feng State City for the time being. We don't need to leave. But you killed Bai Lin. Is it okay for us to stay in the Bai clan? Ha! I killed Bai Lin to pave the way for Bai Hua to become the patriarch. Not only will he not chase us away, but he will also become the patriarch through us. There are only benefits for us here. There are no disadvantages. Fellow Yi is indeed smart, ha ha ha. The patriarch sighed. The three of them entered the residence together. With a wave of Yi Chen's hand, powerful psionic power swept in all directions, and all traces disappeared. Bai Lin's death was forcefully suppressed by Bai Hua. Then, Bai Hua boasted that he could let the Bai family obtain a complete victory in the upcoming Finchen martial arts competition. In the end, the family could only compromise and arrange for Bai Hua to contact Yi Chen and the other two. They even promised that as long as Bai Hua could get Yi Chen and the rest to help the Bai family win, he would be the master. Hearing this, Bai Hua was overjoyed. He decided in his heart that he would keep Yi Chen and the other two at all costs and enter the mighty god competition. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Brother Bai, why are you here? When Yi Chen walked out, he saw Bai Hua walking toward him, looking travel-worn. Brother Yi, I've put in a lot of effort and finally convinced the clan not to pursue this matter. Not pursue? Who's going to pursue? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Bai Hua felt a chill down his spine and broke out in cold sweat. Brother Yi, of course it's to thank you for not pursuing the matter of my Bai clan. This time, in order to help Brother Yi win the mighty god competition, our clan is willing to pay any price. Cultivation resources, all kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures. As long as we can get them, we can bring them all up. Ha! Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. This is the list. Go do it. Huh. Bai Hua was stunned. He did not expect Yi Chen to be prepared. Could it be that his actions were all within Yi Chen's expectations? That would be too exaggerated. All right, I'll do it right away. At this moment, there was no time to think. Bai Hua took the list and left quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1868. The Feng Shun Martial Arts Exhibition was a grand event for the major forces of Feng State City to select talents and recruit warriors. Today, at the foot of Mount Fengshan, the grand meeting was about to begin. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the Fengshan sect of Fengzhou City appeared on the stage. It's the House of Fengshan, really spectacular. Look, the people riding on the wyvern are all well-known figures in the House of Fengshan. In front of us is Feng Yuhua. I heard that he is already a cultivator at the peak of the spirit severing stage. Behind him is Feng Yue. His cultivation is not below Feng Yuhua's. Everyone looked up at the sky. A row of wyverns flew across the sky. The main force of the Fengshan sect had arrived. Behind them, the people of the major forces appeared one after another. All of them were famous clans in Feng State City. There were also the city lord's mansion, various martial grounds, and other forces. Yi Chen and the other two followed the Bai clan into the venue. I invite the host of this year's Feng Shun Martial Arts Exhibition, Master Feng Wei, to the stage. Good, it's Grandmaster Feng Wei. Grandmaster Feng Wei is a body integration realm expert. It's great that he's hosting this event. Everyone cheered. Feng Wei was an old expert in Feng Prefecture City. His reputation and prestige were extremely high. Thank you, everyone, for your love. As the host this time, I will definitely fulfill my duty and help the Fengshan School do a good job in this Fengshan martial exhibition. Good. Everyone applauded in celebration. All forces, please enter the arena. Following Feng Wei's command, the doors of the venue opened, and the representatives of the major forces entered the venue. The first group in front was the Fengshan sect's square formation. Fengshan School, enter the arena. Da-da-da. The people of the Fengshan sect were all mighty and extraordinary. They walked with their chests puffed out and took large strides. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own strength. Yi Chen glanced over. These people's cultivation bases were all at the soul-splitting stage. There was even a person who was at the great perfection soul-splitting stage. It was Feng Yuhua. Behind him was Feng Yue, who was at the advanced stage of the soul-splitting stage. Yi Chen even saw a familiar person, Feng Yuchen. Yi Chen smirked lightly when he saw this person. How dare such a piece of trash participate in the invincible martial arts exhibition? City Lord's Mansion, enter. Then, the City Lord's Mansion entered. Yi Chen squinted and looked at the formation of the city governor's residence. He didn't expect that after he killed Shangguan Jie and severely injured Shangguan Feng, there were still people in the city Lord's Mansion. Brother Yi, this person is the eldest son of the city Lord Mansion. His name is Shangguan Xiong. He is very powerful and is at the late stage of the spirit severing realm. Some people say that he already has the foundation to ascend to the great perfection of the spirit severing realm. I don't know if it's true or not. At this moment, Bai Hua came over and whispered, "Don't worry. If he wants revenge, I'll wait for him." Yi Chen said coldly, "Enter the Orchid Moon Workshop." Yi Chen was stunned. The Orchid Moon Workshop was a place to do business, yet they were participating in the Mighty Phoenix drill. Brother Yi, I understand the doubts in your heart. Although the Orchid Moon Workshop is a place of business, there is no lack of experts among them. The Orchid Moon Workshop relies on the temptation of various divine weapons to make these people work for them and participate in the mighty god martial arts competition to raise their status. I see. Yi Chen nodded lightly. He looked at Bai Hua. He did not know much about martial arts, but he was good at intelligence work. Enter the Mighty Heaven Dojo. Following that, the Heavenly Might Martial Field, the Golden Age Martial Field, and many other martial fields entered. Seeing that most of the major powers' representatives had entered the venue, Feng Wei stepped forward. Since everyone has taken their seats, I announce that the Mighty God Martial Arts Competition has officially begun. Good, good, good. Countless cultivators shouted loudly. The grandest festival in Feng State City had begun. Bai Hua brought Yi Chen and the other two to their seats. Now, let's start the lot drawing ceremony. The patriarchs and representatives of the major clans can go and draw lots. Da-da-da. The people of the major forces sent their representatives to draw lots. Yi Chen and the other two felt no pressure. No matter who they drew, they had to win the championship. Then their opponents did not matter. After a busy period of time, the draw was completed. Now I will announce the results. Mighty Phoenix Gate versus Mighty Heaven Dojo. Orchid Moon Workshop versus Shengshi Dojo. Li Clan versus Tianyuan Dojo. City Governor's Mansion versus Bai Clan. City Governor's Mansion? Hearing the results of his draw, Bai Hua frowned slightly. Brother Bai, how is it? Yi Chen asked. Why would I draw the City Governor's Mansion? Bai Hua revealed a worried expression. Brother Bai, you worry too much. It's the same no matter who you draw. Brother Yi, I know that the three of you are very powerful and confident, but the City Governor's Mansion is really not that easy to deal with. The Shangguan Jie you killed before, and even the City Governor, Shangguan Jinian, is not considered a powerhouse of the City Governor's Mansion. Their true powerhouse is Shangguan Xiong. Shangguan Xiong? Yi Chen looked at the City Governor's Mansion's camp, and one of them happened to look at him as well. Their gazes met and confronted each other. There's killing intent in this person's eyes, but it's hidden. He's an expert. Yi Chen could tell that this person's strength was extraordinary at a glance. Brother Yi, that's Shangguan Xiong. This kind of opponent is interesting. Brother Yi, don't underestimate him. This person has killed countless demons and is very famous in Feng State City. Don't worry, Brother Bai. Yi Chen patted Bai Hua's shoulder and said, the latter had no choice but to nod. The first match, Mighty Phoenix Gates Feng Yuchen versus Mighty Heaven Dojo's Yang Ji. All right, it's starting. That's great, everyone called out. They were waiting for the battle to begin. Although they did not have the chance to fight, it was beneficial for them to watch such a high-level battle. They could even participate in the Orchid Moon workshops, bet through such a battle. This was also one of the reasons why the Orchid Moon workshop participated in the event. It's starting. Soon, everyone gathered at the Orchid Moon workshop. As the Orchid Moon workshop was also a participant, they could openly enter the competition venue to start. Yi Qin turned his head to look at the Orchid Moon workshop. A pair of charming eyes looked at him at the same time. It was Lu Rui. Young Master Yi Qin. Madam. Ha, I have high hopes for you this time. Thank you, madam. Yi Qin nodded slightly. At this moment, Feng Yuchen entered the arena. Yang Ji, bow your head and admit defeat immediately. Feng Yuchen, don't be so arrogant. Although you're the young sect master of the Mighty Phoenix Gate, you don't have the confidence to win, do you? Someone from a small dojo dares to talk to me about confidence? You're courting death. Feng Yuchen was extremely irritable. It was precisely because he had been taught a lesson by Yi Qin a few days ago that he had lost face. Now, he wanted to vent his anger on Yang Ji. Many people knew this, but they did not notice Yi Qin's presence. Kill! Feng Yuchen flew out and went straight for Yang Ji. Such an attack is too simple. No matter what, Yang Ji was a martial arts master of the dojo. He had rich combat experience and could see through Feng Yuchen's attack pattern at a glance. Clang! What? However, the moment they made contact, he understood his foolishness. Although his opponent's attack was simple, his fingers actually carried a divine weapon. Chapter 1869. Ha, Yang Ji, do you really think I'm a fool? Unfortunately, the real fool is you. Feng Yuchen revealed a sinister smile. The divine weapon in his hand constantly emitted a strange light, which contained a hidden power. This power was extremely vigorous and was obviously not Feng Yuchen's own power. This was forcibly added to the divine weapon by an expert. This Feng Yuchen is indeed not to be trifled with. His divine weapon is very strange. Sigh, it seems that Yang Ji can't do it. Facing such a divine weapon, his power is completely suppressed. Feng Yuchen's power doesn't seem to be his own. Many experts could also see that Feng Yuchen deliberately revealed a flaw to let Yang Ji take the upper hand and suppress him on the spot with his divine weapon. On the battle platform, Feng Yuchen was very confident and sneered, which angered Yang Ji. As a martial master, he still had to protect his dignity. Slash! Yang Ji shouted and slashed with the saber in his hand. It was a simple slash, but it actually contained an exquisite saber move. Although the saber move was exquisite, Feng Yuchen's divine weapon contained the rules of experts. Yang Ji actually couldn't cut open a path of escape. Ha, you're finished. Feng Yuchen laughed and once again released the power of the divine weapon. Vicious trick hook. As Feng Yuchen released spiritual energy into the divine weapon in his hand, countless hook-shaped lights were released from the divine weapon and instantly locked onto Yang Ji. Chi. Then the hooks completely sank into Yang Ji's skin, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Feng Yuchen to be so vicious and treat Yang Ji like this. The pain in his body and the mental torture made Yang Ji completely erupt. He ignored his injuries and counterattacked. Swish, swish, swish. The saber light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Ji finally broke free from Feng Yuchen's lock, but his whole body was covered in blood. Everyone looked at him and almost couldn't stand. Admit defeat, trash. Feng Yuchen said, using underhanded tricks. Does this weapon contain your power? Yang Ji questioned. The divine weapon is in my hand, so it is naturally my power. Yang Ji, you talk too much. Since you don't want to admit defeat, then die. Feng Yuchen was furious. The divine weapon in his hand shone again, and the hook-shaped lights continued to fly out. So. These hook-shaped lights were formed by the laws of powerhouses. The evolution within them was boundlessly complex. It was not something a martial master like Yang Ji could break. Yi Chen watched the battle on the battlefield and narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the golden pupil flame, he could see the crux of the battle. It was not impossible to break through Feng Yuchen's attack, but he needed to cut off 2/3 of the God Armament's core. As long as the evolution of the God Armament was broken, the God Armament would turn into scrap metal. Divine weapons are like scrap iron. 2/3 of them can be cut in half. Yi Chen did not have a good impression of Feng Yuchen to begin with. Since Feng Yuchen was so vicious, he would give him a hint to see if Yang Ji would understand. If he could comprehend it, he would be able to break divine weapons. If he couldn't, only death awaited him. Although Yang Ji's consciousness was slightly shaken, Yi Chen's spiritual power voice transmission was directed at Yang Ji, so Yang Ji could still hear it clearly. 2/3. His eyes locked onto the divine weapon in Feng Yuchen's hand and saw a golden circlet at 2/3. Could that be the key to Yi Chen's words? He glanced at Yi Chen from the corner of his eyes and sensed that he was only a late-stage, void, refinement cultivator. His heart trembled, and he doubted the accuracy of Yi Chen's words. However, at this moment he had no choice but to make a desperate attempt. Kill! The endless blade, gleam of the cleaver blade, pressed down forcefully. Ha! You dare to show off with such a useless move. Feng Yuchen was confident, so he was naturally not afraid of the cleaver blade's gleam. However, this was just a feint. Yang Ji's real target was the golden circlet at 2/3 of the divine weapon. Kill! He took the hook head-on. Relying on his countless daily practice with the cleaver blade, he accurately slashed at 2/3 of the divine weapon. Clang! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! With a shocking explosion, sparks flew everywhere. Feng Yuchen's eyes bulged, and he was extremely shocked. What's wrong with you? He did not know why Yang Ji could see that the key to his divine weapon was the golden circlet at 2/3. It was the core of the operation of the laws. Without this golden circlet, the power of the divine weapon could not be exerted automatically. Instead, it had to rely on Feng Yuchen's own strength to exert it. This way, his advantage would completely disappear. Clatter, clatter, clatter! Feng Yuchen took a few steps back and suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. How do you know? Know what? Know the weakness of my divine weapon. Ha! A person who only relies on a divine weapon to fight has the cheek to ask me? Yang Ji laughed loudly. Feng Yuchen lost his cool from the mockery and charged forward with all his might. Seeing that the time had come, Yang Ji calmed down instead. This was because his experience in fighting was far above Feng Yuchen's. As long as he weakened the power of his opponent's divine weapon, he was completely confident that he could defeat his opponent. In this way, Yang Ji's fighting spirit had obviously increased, and the battle once again fell into a stalemate. You're really trash. Seeing that Feng Yuchen had fallen into a mental disadvantage, Yi Chen sneered slightly. Previously, when he fought with Feng Yuchen, he could see that this person's talent was too poor. He did not have any ability, but he was very arrogant. Now he was finally going to reveal himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the golden hoop was broken, and the power of laws in the divine weapon was constantly flowing away. It had become an ordinary divine weapon. Although in terms of quality, the divine weapon in his hand was still above Yang Ji's, his technique was far inferior to Yang Ji's. Yang Ji's chopper was inferior in quality, but he still had the upper hand when using it to the fullest. Kill! The light of the chopper constantly attacked in all directions, and Feng Yuchen retreated again and again. Sect Master, third young master, is at a disadvantage. An elder said to Feng Yin, the sect master of the Feng God sect. Damn it! How did Yang Ji break the operation of the laws? Feng Yin was somewhat puzzled. Sect master, I heard the sound of the wind earlier. What does the sound of the wind mean? Sect master may have been focused on other things and didn't pay attention, but I heard the sound of the wind. Someone transmitted their spiritual power to Yang Ji. What? Feng Yin was furious. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to go against the Feng God sect. Investigate immediately. Find out who this person is. Yes. The elder nodded and went to take action. At this moment, on the battle platform, Yang Ji was fighting Feng Yuchen, completely overwhelming his opponent in terms of momentum. Chopper! Cut in 8 directions, defeat the field. Yang Ji flew up, blood splattering in the sky, but he did not care, completely focusing his mind on the chopper. Whoosh! The light of the chopper directly attacked Feng Yuchen, making him feel the fear of death. No. Feng Yuchen continuously retreated like a stray dog, scared silly. Chapter 1870. Seeing this situation, Feng Yin couldn't sit still anymore. Originally, he didn't agree to let Feng Yuchen participate in the invincible God martial exhibition. He knew his own son's level with a single glance, but Feng Yuchen insisted on proving himself. In the end, he saw that he had tampered with the divine weapon. He wanted to expose Feng Yuchen, but he was stopped by an elder, saying that this would allow Feng Yuchen to regain his confidence and cultivate diligently. At that time, Feng Yin shook his head, but in the end he still agreed. After all, he didn't want to see his son be so unfilial. Now, even the matter of tampering with the divine weapon had been discovered, and they were forced to retreat by Yang Ji. If this continued, the face of the Feng God sect would be ruined by Feng Yuchen. Now, he could only place his hopes on that elder to find the person who sent the message. At this moment, the elder had already arrived in the middle of the crowd. He followed the aura he had sensed earlier to find the person who had sent the voice transmission. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the source because Yi Chen had noticed him a long time ago. Feng Shen School. Yi Chen smirked. He did not expect the Feng Shen sect, the largest sect in Feng State City, to be so petty. Unable to find the source of the problem, the elder knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Thus, he turned his gaze back to the dueling ring. Feng Yuchen had already reached the edge of the battle platform and was unable to resist Yang Ji. Feng Yuchen, you used a divine weapon, wanting to rely on the strength of others to defeat me. You didn't expect such a result, right? Yang Ji said. Yang Ji, who was the one who was beaten to a pulp by me? Even at such a time, Feng Yuchen was still arrogant and despotic, mocking Yang Ji. Ha, you never change. Since that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Yang Ji wielded his blade and approached. You get lost. The one who should scram is you. You are not worthy to participate in the Phoenix God Drill tournament at all. Yang Ji's words shocked everyone. None of them had expected that Feng Yuchen would actually use spirit stones to deal with Yang Ji using his divine weapon. Now that his divine weapon had been broken, there was no way for him to retaliate. Admit defeat and get lost. You. Feng Yuchen had no choice but to admit defeat. However, he suddenly saw the look in the elder's eyes. The elder was hinting for him not to admit defeat. Ha, Yang Ji, you're dreaming if you want this young master to admit defeat. Kill. Yang Xinyi was stunned. According to Feng Yuchen's personality, he wouldn't dare to confront him head-on no matter what. Could it be that he was acting tough now? However, Feng Yuchen had already come to fight with a divine weapon. If he did not accept the challenge, he would lose all his face. Chopping blade, kill. He held the machete with both hands and slashed at Feng Yuchen. This was the safest way to fight. According to Feng Yuchen's foundation, he would not be able to resist this attack. Just as the two sides clashed, a cold beam of light suddenly shot towards Yang Ji. What? Yang Ji's reaction was sharp, and he immediately sensed that cold light. He wanted to defend against it, but Feng Yuchen's attack was something that he could not defend against. Whoosh! Just as he was in a dilemma, another cold light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and disappeared. Ah! Seeing that the plan had failed, the elder's heart trembled violently, because he seemed to have seen Feng Yuchen's ending. Blade, furious slash. Yang Ji flew into the air, and green marks appeared on his face. Instantly his eyes were filled with killing intent, and he showed no mercy. Chi! As the saber slashed down, Feng Yuchen stopped in his tracks. Ah! Everyone was shocked. What had happened? When they raised their heads, they saw the bloody mark between Feng Yuchen's eyebrows. You dare! Before he could finish his words, Feng Yuchen fell to the ground. Seeing this situation, Feng Wei frowned, feeling that things were troublesome. Feng Yuchen was the third son of the Feng God Gates sect leader. It was a little unreasonable for him to die in front of him. However, as the host of this conference, he could not do anything. Moreover, the sect leader Feng Yun did not help. It was obvious that the conference was important to everyone. Mighty Heaven Dojo, Yang Ji wins! Feng Wei shouted, shaking his head. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that Feng Yuchen, who had suppressed Yang Ji, would be killed by Yang Ji. Is the position of the Feng God Gate going to be shaken? Yeah, the young sect leader died in the hands of someone from the dojo. Isn't that a little unreasonable? The Feng God Gate has always been the largest sect in Feng State City. It's a bad start. Everyone pointed at the Feng Shin sect and discussed spiritedly. Sensing the change in everyone's expressions and words, Feng Yin was furious. He had already sensed that the person who attacked was Yi Qin. Who is this kid? Sect leader, this person is called Yi Qin. He's the representative of the Bai clan. Bai clan? Trash. Sect leader, please calm your anger. This kid is taking revenge. Why? Previously, this person had a grudge with the young sect leader. Here's what happened. Let him die with Yang Ji. Yes, the elder pushed him away. Fortunately, the sect leader did not pursue his responsibility. The second match, Lanyu Workshops, Xiaoming versus Flourishing Dojo's Hong Yuan. Following Feng Wei's announcement, the two of them walked onto the battlefield. Everyone was shocked when they saw the person from Lanyu Workshop. This person's name is Xiaoming. I heard that he's one of the strongest guests from Lanyu Workshop. Yeah, Lanyu Workshop is rich and overbearing. The representative is naturally extraordinary. However, the Flourishing Dojo is not to be trifled with. It's one of the 3 great dojos in Feng State City. The person fighting is Hong Yuan, who's ranked 3rd in the Flourishing Dojo. As everyone discussed, the two of them looked at each other. Hong Yuan admit defeat. After coming up, Xiaoming directly spoke. The corner of Hong Yuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. Xiaoming, it's not a good choice to underestimate your opponent in a battle of life and death. Ha ha ha. I'm representing Lanyu Workshop. What do you think your chances of winning are? So what if it's Lanyu Workshop? Ha ha ha. Hong Yuan laughed maniacally, angering Xiaoming. Yi Chen observed the two of them. Xiaoming had a strong foundation and was filled with confidence. However, Hong Yuan exuded a strange, evil energy that was unpredictable. The outcome of this battle was still unknown. Fellow Yi, what do you think? The Patriarch joined in the fun and asked, Patriarch, you're not thinking of placing a bet, are you? Ha ha ha, of course. This is a good match. My hands are itching. All right, Patriarch, I favor Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan? The patriarch was somewhat surprised. He thought that Yi Qin would say Xiao Ming. However, since it was Yi Qin, he naturally believed it. Thud, thud, thud. At the last moment before the end of the bet, the patriarch flew over. "Haha, madam, we meet again." Upon seeing Lu Rui, the patriarch's beady eyes darted around rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he scanned Lu Rui's entire body. If it were any other woman, she would definitely rebuke the patriarch. However, Lu Rui's eyes were as charming as silk, showing no fear at all. Chapter 1871. Hong Yuan, I will let you understand that Lan Yu Workshop's strength is not something you can underestimate. All right, then show me your strength. Both sides were ready to fight. Everyone was looking forward to it. Many people wanted to see the strength of Lan Yu Workshop. After all, as a major force in Fengzhou City, many people had never seen their strength. Kill. Xiao Ming's sword chi was violent. As he moved, he used his killing move. Oh, Hong Yuan didn't expect it. It seemed like this person wanted to show off his strength and let everyone acknowledge him. Since that was the case, he would use the entanglement tactic to exhaust his opponent's spirit and wait for an opportunity. As a veteran and an excellent hunter, Hong Yuan didn't know how many demonic beasts he had killed in Demon Eye Mountain. Many demonic beasts had the same character as Xiao Ming. Therefore, Hong Yuan used the experience he gained from killing demonic beasts to gain the upper hand. Kill. Xiao Ming's violent sword chi was endless. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Hong Yuan saw through his opponent's intention and used the entanglement tactic. His figure flickered and created many phantoms, making Xiao Ming fall into his own frenzy. Because once he went berserk, his intelligence would drop. Only the killing intent would remain. Then, Hong Yuan would have too many chances. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming, is that all you have? Damn it. Hearing Hong Yuan's mockery, Xiao Ming couldn't contain his anger. His sword chi sped up and his ultimate skill was displayed. Xiao, you die, sword break. Divine ability would multiply. Even if Hong Yuan had the upper hand, he didn't dare to be careless. Powerful sword intent. If it wasn't because of his character, this person might be stronger than me. Hong Yuan murmured in his heart. But as an opponent, he would never go easy. Hong Quan, defend. Facing such a powerful sword intent, Hong Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately activated his defense. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang, clang. Although the sword chi was powerful, Hong Quan's defensive boundary was very solid. Plus, Hong Yuan was careful with each step and wasn't in a hurry. Naturally, his defense was like an iron bucket. Wow, this Xiao Ming is so powerful. He will definitely win. Yes, this Xiao Ming will win for sure. Everyone shouted. They all thought that Xiao Ming would definitely win, but this was only on the surface. As for Lu Rui, she could naturally tell that Xiao Ming was about to lose. Her eyes darted around as she thought of a plan. Everyone, since you think that Xiao Ming will definitely win, then come and place your bets. I'll give you guys some benefits. Lu Rui had a sexy and enchanting figure. As her lips moved, it left everyone bewildered. Great, what a great benefit. Everyone rushed over, their eyes glued to Lu Rui's figure as they placed their bets. Seeing such a scene, the old ancestor smiled and said, "Madam is really smart. I admire you." Hee hee. Old ancestor Yellow Spring, why don't you bet as well? Lu Rui extended her index finger at Patriarch Netherworld. I am, madam. I've already bet all my chips. I won't join in the fun. Although the Patriarch wished to step forward and interact with Lu Rui, he knew that he would definitely lose all his bets. Although the Patriarch was lustful, money was indispensable. Wretch. Lu Rui knew very well that the gap between the Patriarch and the others was just too great. He would not fall for it. All she could do was look at the crowd again and try to dupe more people to place their bets. So what if Xiao Ming lost to Hong Yuan? Their Orchid Moon Workshop was not here to fight for the championship. All they wanted was to make a killing. On the battlefield, Xiaoming found it increasingly difficult to remain calm despite his relentless attacks. He was a member of Orchid Moon Workshop. If he were to lose to the Flourishing Era, he would be utterly humiliated. Hong Yuan, your constant defense is truly despicable. In order to infuriate Hong Yuan to attack, Xiaoming calmed down a little and began taunting him. Ha ha ha, Xiaoming, are you beginning to panic now that you can't take him down? He never expected that Hong Yuan would not fall for it. He even retorted at Xiaoming. Xiaoming was even more infuriated as he released his powerful divine powers in a bid to take down Hong Yuan in one fell swoop. But how was that possible? Hong Yuan had used the Hong Fist's defensive barrier, giving him no chance at all. And in the process of attacking, Xiaoming would expend too much of his energy, while Hong Yuan waited for him to exhaust himself. The gap between the two would only widen. Xiaoming, you dare challenge me with that bit of ability? I don't think you can last much longer. Admit defeat. I am a warrior personally recruited by Madame Lu Rui of Orchid Moon Workshop. How can I admit defeat? Today, I will definitely kill you for Madame. Xiaoming looked in Lu Rui's direction. She gave him a suggestive look, making Xiaoming even more enthralled. He did not know that it was all part of Lu Rui's plan. Her goal was to make him lose even more tragically and quickly. Ha ha ha, the newest woman's charm. Xiaoming, your defeat is certain. Darn it. Xiaoming's killing intent was exposed as he went straight for Hong Yuan. Hong Fist counterattack. At that moment, Hong Yuan seized the opportunity and made the first move. Rumble. Xiaoming had been the one taking the initiative to attack, and his opponent had not made any counterattacks. He believed that Hong Yuan was just defending, but he was wrong. Hong Yuan was only waiting for an opportunity. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, Hong Yuan took the initiative to attack. Pua! Xiaoming was heavily injured as he bled profusely. He nearly could not speak, but he forced himself to stand up. He looked in Lu Rui's direction with a pained expression. Sigh. Lu Rui only shook her head. This made Xiaoming fall into deep self-reproach once again. He knew that he had embarrassed Orchid Moon Workshop and Lu Rui. After all, he was recommended to the workshop owner by Lu Rui. Xiaoming let out an angry roar as all his lifeblood surged in reverse. He was willing to sacrifice his foundation, cultivation, and meridians. He wanted to use the sudden increase in strength to launch a sneak attack on Hong Yuan. However, Hong Yuan was experienced. He knew the counterattack of a cornered beast the best. Hong Yuan sneered. He first used the Hong Fist's barrier for defense before delivering a fatal blow. Hong Fist, fatal blow. He punched out as a powerful fist beam tore through Xiaoming's body. Following that, Hong Yuan retreated in the opposite direction. Dong! Xiaoming's eyes welled with tears as he left the world in extreme indignation. Finally, his eyes looked in Lu Rui's direction. It was extremely ironic. Ha ha ha, he's just an infatuated person. What a pity. Lu Rui shook her head as she packed up the treasures she had won. Ha ha ha, Daoisti, you indeed have a good eye. I've struck it rich again. At that moment, the patriarch came before Yi Chen with the various treasures he had won. This Xiaoming was too rash and even fell into an illusion. How could he not have lost? What illusion? The patriarch asked, perplexed. Patriarch, this person has fallen for Lu Rui's bewitching arts. I see. The patriarch was shocked. Thankfully, he had not gotten too close to the woman. Chapter 1872. Golden Age Dojo, Hong Yuan wins. Feng Wei announced the result. This result exceeded many people's expectations. Everyone thought that the Orchid Moon Clinic was a mysterious and powerful organization, so the cultivator they found would definitely be powerful. They never expected Xiaoming to be so rash, constantly attacking and dying at the hands of Hong Yuan. They had suffered a great loss this time. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Everyone came to Lu Rui's platform and shouted angrily, "Lu Rui, how dare you lie to us? Did you make us bet on Xiaoming on purpose?" "Yes, we didn't make it in time. Look at you now. You made us bet on Xiaoming and lose big. Hurry up and give us an explanation. Otherwise, we'll return our chips." Everyone was aggressive and surrounded the platform, looking like they were about to fight. "Ha ha ha!" Lu Rui sneered. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupidity. I didn't force you to bet on Xiaoming. I only gave you a chance to bet. Instead of repaying my kindness, you blame me. How can there be such logic in this world?" As she spoke, Lu Rui's eyes glowed. Everyone fell into an illusion, believing that Lu Rui was right. "That's right, it's our fault. Madam is too beautiful." "That's right. Why would such a beautiful madam lie to us? We were wrong." Immediately, countless cultivators bowed and apologized to Lu Rui. "Ha ha ha!" Lu Rui let out a wanton laugh. Those people left in a daze. At this moment, Feng Wei announced the start of the battle between the Li clan and the Tianyuan dojo. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the ground shook and even the platform shook. Everyone looked at the platform and saw a man more than 10 meters tall walking up. This person was like a small mountain, looking at the people below with a look of disdain. Ah! Everyone trembled and retreated. This person's aura was too powerful. They were afraid he would go berserk and hurt them. "Tianyuan dojo, Hu Yuan, accept the challenge!" He roared angrily, causing the air to vibrate. The surrounding people felt a piercing pleasure and covered their ears. This person has a strong foundation. The patriarch locked his eyes on Hu Yuan. Although this person looked a little silly, his foundation was actually very strong. That's right. This person's cultivation base is advanced divine division, but his foundation is definitely at the level of great perfection, Yichin said. Then we'll have to see how his opponent is. The patriarch had already prepared a bargaining chip to seek out Lu Rui. Whoosh! At this moment, a tall figure stood on the stage. It was the Li clan's young master, Li Yulong. Young Master Yulong has gone up. Young Master Yulong is so handsome. That's great. I support Young Master Yulong. Right? Young Master Yulong is amazing. Before Li Yulong could say anything, countless infatuated girls started to call out to him. Yichin glanced over. The looks of those infatuated women were nothing to scoff at, so he quickly turned to look at the fighting ring. Ha ha ha! Pale-faced scholar, you shouldn't have come here to die. Hu Yuan laughed and said, Hu Yuan, don't be too arrogant. Haven't you heard of my Li clan's reputation? Li Yulong waved his folding fan, creating a gentle breeze. He responded with a smile, as if he didn't take the Tiger Garden seriously at all. Li Yulong, I know you are also an expert, but that is only when compared to others. Your martial arts are useless against me. You will die because of your own conceit. Then let me see if you have the ability to kill me. The two of them stepped forward and confronted each other. This big guy is too despicable. How dare he insult young Master Yulong? Yes, kill him. Stupid thing. Instantly, countless infatuated women attacked again. They were cursing Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was furious and roared at those infatuated women. Roar. The roar triggered a strong airflow that turned into a gale. Those infatuated women immediately turned pale with fright. Many infatuated women were swept by the gale. Their skirts fluttered, and the scene below them was also seen by many wretched cultivators. Bastard! Many infatuated women cursed Hu Yuan. Many of them even had tears streaming down their faces, thinking that they could not face anyone anymore. Ha ha ha, idiot! Hu Yuan, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Hu Yuan, how dare you treat my cheering group like this? It seems like you really don't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson. Li Yulong, I've seen too many fancy moves. Oh, Li Yulong waved his folding fan again. Then, his figure flashed and went straight for Hu Yuan. Small tricks. What are you trying to show off? Hu Yuan did not take Li Yulong seriously at all. He instantly threw a huge punch, wanting to defeat his enemy with one blow. Hee hee. Li Yulong let out a sinister laugh. Then his figure spun like a poisonous snake, just in time to avoid the fatal blow. Ah, Hu Yuan was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so skilled that he had already seen through the path of his fist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then the folding fan moved. Instantly, Hu Yuan felt a pain on the surface of his body, and blood flowed out. Hu Yuan looked at the blood on his stomach and glared at Li Yulong. I said that I'll teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Yulong's words, Hu Yuan actually laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how shallow you are. After saying that, to everyone's surprise, Hu Yuan's injury from before healed rapidly as if it had never been injured. What? Li Yulong frowned. He did not expect the injury from his folding fan to disappear in an instant. Ah! Seeing Hu Yuan's powerful recovery ability, everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha! Li Yulong, my indestructible body of Vajra was cultivated over 10 years. Every day, I have to go through countless cuts and torture. I wanted to give up many times, but I persevered. It's a joke to think that a small folding fan can injure me. Hu Yuan's power shocked everyone. Many people thought that Li Yulong was at his wits' end this time. Fellow Taoist Yi, what do you think? Do you want to bet on Hu Yuan? What do you think, elder ancestor? I think Hu Yuan's indestructible body of Vajra is not top-notch, but it's enough to deal with Li Yulong. It's not certain. Fellow Taoist Yi, what do you mean? Hu Yuan has been tricked. Ah. The elder ancestor was speechless. He clearly saw that Li Yulong could not hurt Hu Yuan. How could he say that Hu Yuan had been tricked? At that moment, on the battle platform, Li Yulong did not panic. Instead, he was very calm. Is that so? Following that, Li Yulong suddenly revealed a strange smile. Hu Yuan frowned. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Uft, uft, uft. To everyone's surprise, they saw that black blood was constantly flowing from Hu Yuan's wound. It was like poisonous insects in his meridians. It was extremely terrifying. Poison! Hu Yuan shouted through gritted teeth.